Hello and welcome. This lighting is kind of I'm not happy with it today. A great start. Starting my stream and I'm messing with the lighting. I look very washed out. Hi. Welcome Elias. Welcome Ishmael. Welcome Ure. Um, Poetry. That's what we're doing today. Reading poems from chat, and I'm I don't know. I'm pretty dubious of this lighting situation that's happening on stream right now, but we'll just have to power on through because I'm not gonna mess with it uh, anymore while I'm live. Uh, it's hard. It's hard to do lighting. I have like this kind of big room and not that many lights. Is that coming from that? Okay, I can fix it. We'll fix the lighting. Maybe. That might be a little better. Not sure. I think it is. I don't know. Hello. Welcome. Uh, I'm Imogen. This nothing has changed. Nothing ever happens. Although things do happen. I think my life has been like very good. I've been writing a lot. I just posted a article on my Substack yesterday about Langston Hughes and his poem Harlem, which I think was a pretty decent piece of writing. Uh, you know, room for improvement certainly, but it's good. And I think I was writing poetry last night. I was actually up like randomly at night writing, and I don't even remember what I was writing, but I was doing something. I think I was writing about love. That's probably what I was doing. And I just started a new book today. I just started a new book. I guess I've started like a bunch of books, kind of. I'm reading like four things right now. But there's this philosophy book called The Grasshopper, which is about games and what is the purpose of playing games and what is a game and uh, going through life and treating it as something sort of game like. So that's cool. Uh, I've just been I've been vibing, I would say. Um, Writing is happening, reading is happening, poetry is happening, and things are good. I have my workshop that is like creeping up on me at the end of this month that I haven't been working on, and I'm super not stoked about that. um, Welcome in Sean. Um, like I'm stoked about the workshop. Like don't get me wrong, I'm very exciting that I get to teach, right? I get to teach a workshop. Hopefully people will show up. I get paid for it. That's all really cool, right? All of these things are good. What I'm not excited for is that I haven't really worked on the workshop. And the the understanding of what I want to say, it keeps changing, right? Because I'm teaching a workshop about analysis, because what else would I teach about, right? And how we use analysis to turn into like reasonable feedback to give to people. Basically, the workshop is a manifesto against reading someone's poem and saying like I like this and then being done with it, right? That's the idea. And my idea, my the way I want to communicate that, the way that I think that actually happens, uh you know my sort of philosophy on analysis is still changing. It's still being refined. I'm still trying to figure things out of exactly what is the value of poetic analysis. How do we um, give good feedback, and what does that mean, right? To to share those kinds of things. So you know, things are good. I mean, those are like that's a good thing to be complaining about, right? Like, oh, I'm struggling to figure out my workshop that I get to teach and have the privilege to share with people. Like, that's really cool. So I'm quite happy about that. Uh, it's cool that there's lots of you in chat. Elias, I know you submitted something. There's also something that of Ishmael's that's been sitting in submissions for just as long. Um, and then Sean, I'm not sure. I don't think you've sent anything to me in the Discord poetry wise. But if you have, do let me know. Because that's a thing. Uh, you might find a lot of value in some of the literature in the philosophy of art. Not a lot on poetry, but I think some of the ideas might be useful regardless. But I'm sure you'll find what you want to express and hope it goes well. Yeah, I mean, do you have any titles, Reclusi? um, I've been trying to read a lot of like history to help me contextually place like the things I do as a poet. And I think reading other people's critical thoughts on art, as a thing that we do could be helpful to me. You know, I also do really enjoy the um uh uh I enjoy the process of figuring those things out myself, right? There's a game in that, and there's value in, you know, trying to trying to figure out those things. I've been thinking about that lately as well, like discovering answers for oneself and then like reading answers in a book, and how those are very different experiences that lead to different maybe like associations with information, right? So that's a thing, right? Um, I have an entire course pack. I would just need to know what you're looking for. Did a course on it in my honors, I think. Hmm. Well, you know, I feel like I don't know what I'm looking for, Reclusi. Like I'm not that um smart. I don't know what uh it's a three-way tie for incense. I'm not burning three sticks. I don't know what I don't know what I don't know. I don't know the wide and vast ocean out there of philosophy of art kind of stuff, and what people write about and what people think about. Uh, so really, like, if you have any things that seem uh, you don't know much about philosophy of art either, but you probably know more than me, right? Like you like maybe you at least know some starting point, or a good introductory text or something you've read and enjoyed, right? Um, like if there's something that you've enjoyed, right? That's the best recommendation, because it's coming from someone who seems to me fairly philosophically uh, wise, and I trust your judgment, basically. I'm just choosing to burn rose incense today, uh, because there was a tie on the poll, and this isn't a real democracy, right? Yeah, rigged election, right? Yeah, it is. Look at that, and like glows. Isn't that cool? Incense. Now we can all smell good as we read poetry. except I'm the only one who can smell it. Uh, cool. So I think today, like, we're pretty lined up to read Elias, Green Birds, Forget Me Nots, and the Fact You Called, and then Ishmael's translation from your original. I think that's kind of what we're doing. Welcoming Callie, redeeming all the redeems, telling me to hydrate and stretch and all of that. That's hydration. I could use a good stretch. I'm gonna reach for the sky. Um, the sky is this is like, I swear this is my favorite stretch, is just to reach upward, to ascend, um to stretch everything out. And I like neck and back stretches just in general, like any any of this, any of this, any of this. So my recommended. Philosophy should teach you how to debate art without accidentally circling back to what art is. I don't like when it does the opposite. So you don't like the idea of defining art, and I think that's probably fair, right? We tend to have a really hard time doing that. Uh I'm not sure what you mean by debate art, right? I guess maybe you're referring to like a philosophy of quality and what makes art, you know, worth or not worth in some way, like these sort of criteria. Um, and I feel like that's something I'm not entirely interested in. Maybe because I like have a fairly intuitive definition that I've come to, and like a practical definition of what makes something good. Um, I also don't like, I don't find it very valuable to sit around defining art. Although maybe it can be helpful, right? Um, I like I like discussions of how the human mind interfaces with art, and like art as it relates to sort of that philosophy of mind, and the ways that art serves as communication and that kind of stuff. But as you're saying, Recluse, you're right. Very hard to debate without a common ground. If we don't understand what art is, it's very hard to have discussions on top of that that are, at least that are analytic, that are philosophic, because right, philosophy is very, at least analytic philosophy, cares about definitions and then extrapolating like on top of those definitions, right, and like synthesizing those definitions and whatever. um which, if that's your method of philosophizing, then yeah, you're gonna struggle without a definition of art, right? And yeah, so that's interesting, right? Um, and yeah, this is the thing about philosophy of art. It starts just trying to make some essentially subjective very objective, which is strange. Yeah. Hi, Nikki. Welcome in. I have a friend who's doing some work on art, but through the lens of discomfort. Cool stuff. I understand nothing, but it sounds fun. I work in properties law. Yeah. I mean, art is so deeply, right, related to suffering, right? I think we can just think about this like intuitively. The artist who is suffering, the sort of pained, tortured artist is an archetype we've seen throughout. Art has this way of easing pain, and reading, listening to a Taylor Swift breakup album after your breakup can ease your pain, right? Um, and there's something like empathetic about art. So I think it's probably very useful to frame it within that, you know, yeah, sort of area, right? Um, Hello, popping in while I study midterms. I love the new profile pic. Thank you. That's like it's like the best picture I have of my face. And it, like someone took that picture for me like out in the desert, so there's like rocks behind me and stuff. Um, but yeah, I don't think I'll surpass that in terms of aesthetic photos. um, I should get some headshots. That'd be pretty nice. Um, Gorgeous pic with wonderful memories. I love that. Yeah. Um, I mean, I don't necessarily maybe super like the person who took the photo anymore, but but that's okay. Uh, you know it when you see it. People who already experienced all the chess moves of all the debates are better at talking without needing tangled common grounds. Yeah, yeah, Tay, sort of an interesting memory for sure. Um, okay, what are you saying? What are you saying, Ishmael? You know it when you see it. People who already experienced all the chess moves of all these debates are better at talking without needing tangled common grounds. Ah, ah. You can in fact debate how visual poetry incorporates aesthetics of ugliness without common grounds. Don't let bad debates deceive you. I feel like I'm getting slightly lost in this sauce. Um, but I mean, you know what? When you see it is like useful on an intuitive level, right? I look at art and it's art or it's not. I think that can be fairly limiting when we think of abstract or really contemporary art that challenges the edges of what art can be. Because there's definitely an impulse to look at something like a we'll just go back to the very famous like banana taped on the wall, right? You look at that and many people look at that and say that's not art, right? That's something else and it doesn't fit within my intuitive like definition of that thing. And I think this like I know it when I see it has a possibility of limiting us by our own, sort of perceptions of something, right? Um, so that you know, good debate when you see it, but like even then, right? The idea of know it when you see it, I think, can be fundamentally limiting. Uh, but I also don't know what a good debate is. um, maybe good debates exist. They probably do, right? Debates are helpful for understanding each other and having ideas clash or something. Separate art from the artist in this case, I guess, streamer. Um, yeah, I don't know what that's referring to, but that's always an interesting question too. Separate the art from the artist. Hi, the classics are ace. Uh, the picture law. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. I see the photo. Separate art from the artist. Yeah. Um, yeah, I can still like the picture even if I don't like the person who took the picture, right? And I think, but also I look at the picture and I always think that that person took the picture. So on some, level mentally, I can't separate the art from the artist, and uh, that you know my current stance sort of argues for both sides. um, yeah, welcome Ace. I think I already said that. I'm gonna call you Ace. I had an ex named Ace, who was one of my worst exes. Since we're on the topic of people I don't like. um, Is there a possibility I go first? I'm on a bad attempt at fixing my sleep schedule. Yes. I will ask Alicia Lore, if you will be around for some large amount of stream, if you'll still be here. And okay, you say sure. So we'll read Ishmael poetry, um, and we'll read uh, Elias poetry after that, and then maybe we'll read something else. Who knows? That's what we do. And rip anyone named Ace now. Yeah, in my eyes. I mean, it's hard to separate that. Like, I mean, we do our best, right? Where if we meet someone new and they have some association to an old person we've known, they look like them, they talk like them, we do our best to separate that because this new person is an entirely new person, and it would be rather non-empathetic to just um, sort of associate someone else with another based on a superficial value. I mean, I guess that's like even in a sense like stereotyping, right? Which we do. People do all sorts of ways, right? Racially, in terms of like class, whatever. Um, but I think like all aces are this way is probably a bad way to handle the world, right? Because that's kind of mean, right? And we don't want to be mean. Um, there's a good song lyric that I like that's I don't care what you do with the little time everyone gets, as long as you do the math, choose the path that will never hurt anyone else. And that one has been helpful just to sort of live by, um, because man, that's a good line. So don't hurt people. Don't be mean, and that will get us pretty far in life, I think, to not be mean. Yeah, we are reading this poem. Does this have a title? I know that you often don't do titles, so I'm guessing it doesn't. But this is a poem by Ishmael. I'm so with you. It's hard to separate these things, but we do our best. Yeah, we have to try, right? I agree, but left-handed people. Oh shit, it's like a big demographic to be hating on Reclusi. I can choose the title. Okay, I think that'll be fun, actually. Um, so yeah, this is a poem by Ishmael, and we will choose the title today. Um, this could actually be a really fun game. We'll get to talk about titles and what those do and what those mean. Um, and and I know that Ishmael, you usually don't give much other context, so we'll just jump right into this one. You're obviously trolling Reclusi. Man, I'm really bad at detecting that just generally. I think I like look at things and I just really take them at face value, particularly online. Um, I guess that's like the social cues, kind of autism thing, right? Uh, so poem. Not let myself get too distracted here. A poem which we will choose the title of, by Ishmael. If I were a magus, I would say you are the best of thousands of flames. If I were a Christian, I would say you are the idol at the center of the halo. My mother is a Muslim. Myself, too, is a warrior of Islam. I would say you should know what a difficult war I wage with the whisperer, capital W. I'm forced to describe your beautiful face for a moment. Fleeing true discourse, I would say your reflection is together with wine. If my head was to ask of my blood-covered hands, as I see no knife, I would say my heart envied the fruit and slapped a blow. If my strength finishes, my piety goes away, and I fall into infidelity, God forbid. What can this servant originator do? I would say, may his lover forgive his sin. A love poem, right? Something of a love poem. Uh, which is cool. I've been thinking about love poems a lot lately, and I've been trying to write some and sort of navigate that space of what love is. Um, and love is always wrapped up in all these other connotations, right? We have this poem talking about like infidelity and God and hands covered in blood. um, you know, love is heavy business, right? Love, love has lots of things, and uh, in this case, like we're really describing someone as very ideal, right? The best of 1,000 flames, the idol at the center of the halo. In a sense, like loving to the degree here of like blasphemy, maybe. I don't think Christians would totally be doing this, right? Um, so so we have like this maybe on first impression this idea of like love to a fault, right? Um, the hands covered in blood after the talk about wine is cool. Jumping the gun, just the first thing I noticed. Obviously, beside the very strong religious connotation tied to slash used to express love. Yeah, I didn't notice that on first read, but yes. And no, you're not jumping the gun, reclusy. Um, we do have wine and blood covered hands, which again gives us this like religious connotation. We have the Christian or the Christ, um, wine slash blood kind of association that's happening here. Um, connecting back to all of the other religious things happening in the poem. Not my most politically correct work. I feel like to me, like, I mean, I'm like secular. Nothing, nothing particularly like jumps out at me from my cultural perspective of being like politically incorrect, right? Um, and maybe that's just because I don't personally take religion very heavily, and that like this sort of um, I don't know, blaspheming is not too bothersome to me. Um, unless there are things that I'm missing. And I mean like talk of infidelity, may his lover forgive his sin, right? Like this idea is sort of interesting. Um, but I would say like the idea of I don't know. Um, Infidelity is interesting here actually. Now that I think about it, because right, infidelity is being unfaithful as both um infidelity as infidelity in God, infidelity as in a lover. And this word seems really like central here, right? I'm curious, when you review these, do you review them according to the level of writing, or do you review them all the same level no matter what is new or advanced? Oh, that's an excellent question. When it comes to the idea of like, I call it analysis. I don't want to call it a review. I'm not looking for like whether something is good or bad. That really doesn't interest me, right? Necessarily. And I'll come to those conclusions on my own, whether I like something or not. Um, but what I try to do really is, I would say that the big thing is I try to listen to the poem and what it is saying and what is going on and what it's trying to communicate. And that necessarily means like engaging with the poem on the level of the poem. And I don't think, well, and I don't think that means that I treat, a poem written by someone who's experienced versus a poem written by someone who's unexperienced any differently. The things I talk about might be different, but at the end of the day, right, regardless of which poem I'm reading, I'm just trying to listen to what's on the page and uh engage with what's there. So I don't know if that's a great answer, but I tried. Showing icons as idols, right? Okay, so we do say like, right, if I were Christian, um, the idol, which at the center of the halo, and this did catch my eye, right? Because a halo is something, this is referring to something holy, and we describe it directly as an idol. Um, Christianity doesn't like idols, right? Icons as idols, that's a good way to say it. Using the magus refers to Zoroastrianism, which I don't know anything about. So in terms of this line, this would be something worth looking up or just asking you for context. Um, what what is a magus? What are the thousand flames? That kind of thing. I was talking about these kinds of things used for tradition's sake. Okay. Yeah, the idea of tradition or religion for tradition's sake. And yeah, like doing something mm, like that would be viewed as incorrect within that religious context, right? Um, so that makes sense. Uh, I think at least, right? And like the politically correctness of doing that differs between any given like cultural context. And I think at least in my uh, context, right, a very secular America, well, secular part of America, Las Vegas, um, the this sort of the idea of playing on religion and sort of punching at tradition is not looked down upon. No, I meant I wrote it that way for Turkish tradition's sake. Okay. You were I was talking about these kinds of things used for tradition's sake. You mean like using like the religious iconography and like that kind of stuff? Um I feel like is that what you mean? um to write the poem using like traditional imagery but then talking about like love in this way. Maybe that's what you're saying. Either way, I'm gonna read over it again, because I think it's very like dense in all of this religious imagery. There's a lot going on, uh, all of that, right? If I were a magus, I would say you were the best of thousands of flames. If I were Christian, I would say you were the idol at the center of a halo. My mother is a Muslim. Myself, too, is a warrior of Islam. I would say you know what a difficult war I wage with the Whisperer. This is another context that I have no idea. I'm forced to describe your beautiful face for a moment. Fleeing true discourse. I would say your reflection is together with the wine. If my head was to ask my blood-covered hands, as I see no knife, I would say my heart envied the fruit and slapped a blow. If my strength finishes, my piety goes away, and I fall into infidelity. God forbid. What can this servant originator do? I would say, may his lover forgive his sin. I actually like the lover forgiving sin part. It reminds me of a quote/idea by Miranda July. Don't know who that is. Where it is almost implied that perhaps almost everyone might think that they are a terrible person, hence me referring to the sin part and then revealing this, asking the lover to use us as a kind of unraveling or undressing part to be accepted as flawed, which makes this even more intimate. Okay, so the idea that like we think we are terrible on like a fundamental level, and then so we ask for this forgiveness that okay, to be accepted as flawed. Yeah, that's an interesting idea, and the idea of being flawed is definitely very prevalent in this poem, right? We're discussing gods and we're discussing religious things as perfect, right? We're discussing sin and forgiveness, the acceptance of being flawed. A beautiful face, even another person who we consider maybe beyond flaw, in this lover who is the best of thousands, who is, the idol at the center of the halo, someone beautiful, right? Um, and this idea of being a warrior of faith, but then having this war with the whisperer, and maybe this has something to do with like this love infidelity, the war with what is outside of that flawless religious sense. um Fleeing true discourse, I would say your reflection is together with the wine. And, and then in this sense, right, um, fleeing true discourse are almost saying that something is beautiful beyond words. It is so flawless that it cannot be described. I would say your reflection is together with the wine as something religious, perfect, purifying, right? The blood of Christ. Um, So we have a lot of this going on. I really like that observation, Elias, right? Because this is a really consistent theme happening throughout the poem. Like you say, reclusi, deficiency, perfection, deficiency. This is a big idea, and it's something very useful because it creates a very fundamental tension within the poem. I wrote a poem with the attempt that it wouldn't be out of place if it's in, say, 17th century. Um, okay, that makes sense, right? Writing something following tradition, trying to be within this like 17th century, place. And this makes sense, right? As we're talking about, I think to use like the religious imagery so heavily in this way, the magus, the Christian, these like, big symbolic capital W whisperer originator, using like a pretty, maybe slightly dated, maybe just slightly complicated vocabulary, discourse, talking about, like again, a lot of this religious stuff. Infidelity. I think a lot of like these signposts, as us putting ourselves in like another time. So I think you probably like accomplish something like that, and even using these like sort of phrases that are less common now, right? But does reflection not make it impure? Fleeing true discourse, I would say your reflection is together with the wine. Yeah, that's an interesting idea, right? One's reflection is that like humanity, impurity, deficiency within something perfect. We do say, though, together, right, as if they are one. And we characterize this person in the first stanza probably as something perfect, I mean, like, there's maybe a double interpretation to like the idol at the center of the halo, where the thing at the center of the halo is holy, but to say that the idol at the center of the halo um, maybe implies that it's like something unholy being treated as holy. And then the idea of reflection in the wine, a person, something deficient, something flawed, being treated again as holy, right? And I'm not sure about the magus and the thousands of flames and what that might imply just from, you know, cultural context, right? Um, but that's a very possible reading of this poem, right? That we're describing a person, a flawed lover, as holy, and that we're like creating, you know, ideality from, what is not ideal. That's very possible. And I like that reading, maybe just because I'm sympathetic to the idea of love often being like that. Also, fruit reminds me of pomegranate and clementine references for unconditional loving, but also the apple of Eden as one, if not the first human flaw recorded in the Christian view. Yeah, fruit is always a big symbol, right? And I think this poem, anything that exists within a religious context, is probably going to be very symbol heavy. A symbol is just like a single reference, right? A single concrete object, a fruit, um, that is making reference to, something larger, some idea, some emotion, some spiritual concept, right? So the fruit can be sin in the Christian context. As you say, the pomegranate can be love from the fruit, right? Um, and we have probably other, I don't know if we have, right? The wine is another example of a symbol, right? The wine becomes a symbol for, again, well, probably like perfection, right, in the blood of Christ. So these are symbols that are happening in the poem. Yeah. uh, so there's a lot going on, and I think, something interesting we have about this analysis today is that Ishmael has invited us to choose the title of this poem, right? Or invited me to choose the title of this poem. And I think that's a cool idea, a cool thing to do. And but to do that, right, we definitely want to have a strong understanding of what the poem is doing overall, right? I mean, a title can do a lot of different things. A title can direct our attention to a certain part of the poem by, let's say, just extracting a line, right, and placing it at the title. It sort of amplifies that line within the mind of the reader. We can also choose a title outside of the text that concerns like the big theme or the big idea. We can have a title that maybe takes us beyond the scope of the poem, asks a question, helps us think about it in a different way. These are all things we can do, but we probably want to understand what is going on in the poem first, right? So a discussion of meaning, really, today. What this poem is actually saying, what it's trying to get at. Blood of Christ is really not the point here, but I will let you do your magic for a while. Okay. Well, we can certainly reconsider that line as well. Um, so to go from the start, right? Oh, for me, I'm just interested in how the strong religious imagery should be taken, or in which sense. That I think might change things significantly. Absolutely. So, and this poem is a very difficult poem to you know, grasp at the meaning, to figure out just what it's saying. Um, I know from other poems by Ishmael, you do this a lot. You write, you write puzzly kind of things. Uh, so I think it's worth grappling with this and trying to understand, what is this trying to say? Um, so we can just go line by line. I think that's always a useful way to analyze things, just to dig in, you know, in order. If I were a magus, I would say you were the best of thousands of flames, right? So at this point, I think it's worth, looking up, what a magus is. um, and we'll go to Wikipedia, not the AI overview. I'm looking this up on my own. I probably could do it here, actually. Magus is a term that originally referred to the Magi, the Zoroastrian priestly class of ancient Persia. In Arabic usage, it was soon generalized to denote all Zoroastrians. The term was borrowed into Arabic via Imperial Aramaic. The same Old Persian root was independently borrowed into ancient Greek as magoi, the term that appears in the Gospel of Matthew. Was once a technical term. Um, The new Persian term. Okay, lots of etymology. um, in early Islamic texts, magus was a technical term that initially had no pejorative implications. In the Quran, verse 22:17, it lists the magicians, al-magus, alongside Jews, Christians, and Sabians as a distinct religious community that will be subject to God's judgment. Some Islamic scholars have held the theological position that pre-Islamic Arabs were closer to the Abrahamic tradition than the Magus, whose dualistic theology was seen as fundamentally different, right? So we're talking about a religion, right? We're talking about, you know, um, right. So we have the idea of being a Muslim, right? Being a warrior of Islam, and 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 then if I were these other things, this is what I would do, right? First two couplets explain what the challenge is. The second two display the challenge further. The last couplet shows that the author succeeded. Interesting. Um, can we read it through one more time first, possibly before line by line? Yeah, we can read the whole thing again. That's totally cool. I always like that idea. If I were a magus, I would say you were the best of thousands of flames. If I were Christian, I would say you were the idol at the center of the halo. My mother is a Muslim. Myself, too, is a warrior of Islam. I would say you should know what a difficult war I wage with the whisperer. I'm forced to describe your beautiful face for a moment. Fleeing true discourse, I would say your reflection is together with the wine. If my head was to ask of my blood-covered hands, as I see no knife, I would say my heart envied the fruit and slapped a blow. If my strength finishes, my piety goes away, and I fall into infidelity, God forbid. What can this servant originator do? I would say, may his lover forgive his sin. I did say secede, not succeed. Okay, useful. So, if I were a magus, I would say you were the best of thousands of flames. If I were a Christian, I would say you were the idol at the center of the halo. So, at least within looking at these two lines as parallel, right? They're kind of saying the same thing. Um, we can probably understand that the thousands of flames is something related to the Zoroastrian faith. I don't think we necessarily need to dig into that, um, because both of these are just saying, right, like the best of many, something very perfect, something, the best, perfect. And then the idol at the center of the halo, right? If I were part of these other religions, I would describe you as something like religiously perfect. I would describe you in a religious sense. Is like what this is saying, right? Um, which is interesting. It says if I were in another religion, I would like do a sort of blasphemous thing to describe your beauty. But next stanza, next couplet. My mother is a Muslim. Myself, too, is a warrior of Islam. I would say you should know what a difficult war I wage with the whisperer. So this somewhat acts as like a counterpoint to these, right? I'm not those things. I am a Muslim, and so I have some different battle, some added difficulty to the fact of describing your beauty. And that has something to do with the whisperer, which I guess we'll look up. um, Now, the line I'm stuck on is I would say you should know, almost like an expectation. Is the claim of similarity, is this a claim of similarity or a claim of you should know this, but you don't? It is complaining. Ishmael, you say. I say you should know. I think it would help us to know what the whisperer is, and maybe a Google search can help us with this. Maybe it cannot, right? The whisperer, presumably in Islam, like roughly gonna look this up. Maybe not. Shaitan uses to misguide people is casting doubts and whispers into the hearts. I don't know if I'm on the right track here. The whispers of Satan, waswasa. So that's something in Islam. Maybe that's the idea, that it's a reference to like a Satan figure, temptation, whispers. That would make sense, right? You're on the right track. Okay, cool. So the whisperer is some sort of, tempting figure, right? Christians have their Satan, and probably has similar associations. So a difficult war I wage with the whisperer is the war of maintaining faith, right? And maybe this starts to make sense then, right? I have a difficult time loving you, right? Because maybe I love you to a degree that I would call you holy, that I would call you something perfect, and holy, divine. But I cannot do so, right? To do so would be a blasphemy, and it would be fine to blaspheme if I were another religion, because because that's other religions. Maybe it's just what that's saying. And I think that makes sense as like a politically incorrectness, right, Ishmael, of like a dismissiveness of these other faiths. It's okay to blaspheme because they're wrong, is maybe what that's saying. But I have my religion and it's right, so I can't do that. I have to describe you as beautiful and perfect without infringing on the territory of God. Figuring out who the Whisperer is like the episode where you find out who the big bad is in a superhero series. Yeah, mask comes off and it's Satan. You are holy, but my wanting you makes me impure. Super cool. Striving or wanting something holy makes you not holy. Well, striving for something or thinking of something as holy and placing it in the realm of perfection, makes one, makes me impure, right? Makes me falling into the temptation of placing something else above, right, on the level of the divine, and that would be bad. I think like that seems like a reasonable reading so far, just interpreting the text, at least within that ballpark. So I'm forced to describe your beautiful face for a moment, right? I'm forced to describe your beautiful face for a moment. Forced to. Interesting, right? This sort of compulsion toward love. This very tragic poet, who is so in love, right, that it becomes compulsion beyond their better, more faithful judgment. To describe your beautiful face for a moment. Fleeing true discourse. I would say your reflection is together with the wine. Forced makes it sound like there's a bit of resentment. Yeah, maybe. Or at least that there's some resistance to do so. And I think within what we've read so far, the resistance is to describe this thing at all would be, to fall into the temptation to enact some amount of unholiness, because the only way to describe this beautiful face is to describe it as perfect. You're so perfect that to describe you as anything else would probably be a disservice to you. So I'm simultaneously, right, so in love that I must do this thing. And I'm simultaneously so in love, in a divine sense with God that, these things fundamentally infringe upon each other, right? To do one sort of goes against the other. You're so beautiful, I want to place you above all else. You are so beautiful, I want to, Islam isn't maybe like the placing above all else. There's like all things are God, right? So if we place this love above, then it sort of goes against that. So I am forced to describe it, and this is what I do, right? Fleeing true discourse. So true discourse is to like actually engage with it genuinely. So to me that reads as the poet, sort of capitulates and defers back to God and holiness, right? And doesn't describe this lover as perfect. They instead say, I would say your reflection is together with the wine. And I mean, you hinted at this earlier. Ishmael wine as maybe not the religious Jesus wine. In which case wine would just be an intoxicant. Right, something very probably not holy. True discourse is scripture. Ah, that is another reading, right? Um, True discourse could be scripture, and that would be to say to flee God. Is it just a cool, or is it just a cool drink of love? uh, yeah, wine can be unholy and intoxicating. Wine can be perfect. Wine can also probably just be a beverage, right? Um, so there's that. If true discourse is now wine is either holy or bad, no in between. I mean we've created a poem where most things uh are on, polar ends of, right, flawed and holy, of like, you know, God or love against like infidelity in either sense, um, which still loving this word in the poem, infidelity. Uh, we have like, um, right, there's like war with sin. We have these very dramatic polar descriptions. So I think the poem, you know, sort of leads us probably to um, wanting to think about anything it presents on one or the other side of this, right? Um, because, like, I think poems tend to have a consistency like that. That's not necessarily the case. And it is worth considering the wine as just something. Uh, the question of what true discourse is a really fascinating one as well. Um, I think either way. um, so we can say true discourse as scripture, or we can say true discourse as an honest description. Right? These are our two readings that make sense. Right? I'm not sure there's another reading of that. Maybe I lack imagination. But if we've fleed honest description of this person, then we would describe them as something other than their perfect beauty, right? And that would mean, your reflection is together with the wine, right? To me, that implies a binary flip of like, you are an intoxicant, you are something unholy. Because the other option is true discourse as scripture. As I flee that, you know, uh, sorry, I did that. Yeah, the other is I flee scripture, right? So I'm doing something unholy. I put you together with the wine as together with God, right? God, Christ, right? Um, Now, this is less supported textually because we're talking about this person as a Muslim, not a Christian, right? Um, and right, if they were Christian, then wine would be more holy. There's also the thing that I like, Islam acknowledges Christ as a prophet, and I think the blood of Christ is still holy within Islam, but we're getting into like nuances of religion that I don't understand very well. um, I think I think you really can stop thinking about Jesus, and so I'm getting to why I'm going to stop thinking about Jesus, because I think that's the direction I was going anyway. But also Ishmael, it's nice to figure these things out ourselves. Um, uh, but the hints are also, I mean, like helpful, I guess. I'm forced to describe your beautiful face for a moment. right? This is the thing that precedes fleeing true discourse. So the describing is of the beautiful face. And so to flee true discourse is to flee this description, is like how I think this reads most grammatically and most textually, which means then we're fleeing an honest description, and now we're bringing this person down below holiness. And a reflection in wine is, you know, or your reflection is together with the wine, puts their face, somewhere in the not holy category, basically, is how I read this. That the poet yields to religion, fails to describe the person accurately, and so puts them with like material things, whether unholy or not, fundamentally earthly. The wine. Sort of where I'm at. Okay, but still, can we clarify your reflection is together with the wine? Because I'm super locked on the choice of reflection here. Your face is reflected on a glass of wine. I see I was going down some crazy rabbit holes. Best that I got stopped. I think, Reclusi, it's okay to go down those crazy rabbit holes, and that can be a very valuable thing to do when we are, consuming art, right? And most of the time, we don't have the author around to sort of like hold our hand and give answers. And so it's good practice, I would say, to dive down those interpretive crazy rabbit holes and let yourself imagine all the possible meanings of the work, because that's participation in the art. And I do think being able to participate and engage with the art is a very valuable thing to do, which I think is why a lot of people, right, a lot of people tend to there are some poets who will say, like, I am never going to share the meaning of my poem, right? There are poets who just always choose to not do this, right? Blurry. Because what they want is for people to engage, right? They want for people to come to their own interpretation, and they want for people to like have this process. And they acknowledge in some capacity that this engagement itself is the right answer rather than the poet's original meaning. Some people are more concerned with communicating something specific. But, I think the fun default as a person, right, is to say, I have a piece of poetry in front of me. Let me engage with this and like figure out what I think it means, because that's more fun than getting the answer. In the same way that that's what I was talking about at the start of stream, right? I was briefly talking about this, just that the process of knowledge of gaining knowledge is better than the knowledge itself, I think. Asked to give a compliment, gives a silly little fake compliment because his true compliment would weird hose out, to put it bluntly. Yeah, if he described okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I love when my poetry opens holes in other dimensions I didn't even contemplate. Yeah, I think that's very fun. I just want to let you know that I absolutely love the passion you have for this. It's beautiful hearing how caring and detailed you are with your reviews and explanations. The words you use in even the most simple of sentences sound like poetry in itself. You're so kind. You're very intentional and thoughtful when you speak. I'm thankful for the space. That's so kind, Tay. I appreciate that. I do give notes here when I feel I need to, but in the end, if I can't make people go through rabbit holes, I wanted, then that's a me problem. Yeah, and there's a question of that balance. Do we create something vague and allow the readers to take it in many different directions? Do we hope they chase rabbits down the holes that we also chased rabbits down? Uh, and that's a question of like the poet's own thought on poetry. What you value, and I think you value, it seems, right, communicating a specific message, and this is something you're refining your art toward. Um, so that's you know, it's interesting, right? Because not everyone has that view of poetry, and there are different ways to approach it in the sense of what we want communicated. So I would say your reflection is together with the wine, right? Uh, Regardless of our exact, you know, interpretation of this, we opt, the poet opts, the poet within the poem, so to speak, uh, opts to describe the person from a mundane perspective. Uh, I sort of have a poem of my own like this. The desire to describe someone as like deeply beautiful and compelling and all these extremely poetic descriptions that would or even that go beyond the person and put them on a pedestal, and then the more socially acceptable, you know, simple description, right? Uh yeah. But continuing, right? If my head was to ask of my blood-covered hands, as I see no knife, I would say my heart envied the fruit and slapped a blow. So, this is like I would say a fairly uh grammatically complex uh sentence, right? Um if my head and a very like poetic and sort of, you know, a dreamlike sentence. If my head were to ask of my blood-covered hands, right? So we're establishing that in some capacity the hands are blood covered, which seems, dripping with symbolic meaning. If I were to look at my blood covered hands and ask, you know, um, like why are these hands covered in blood? As I see no knife, right? So this isn't referring to literal blood now, because we haven't shed blood, right? There is no knife. But my hands are covered in some kind of blood. I would say my heart envied the fruit and slapped a blow. So I think that is to say, right, my heart envied the fruit. Again, possibly a metaphor or symbol for something else. And slapped a blow, right? Literally, like, crushed this fruit. um, brings us to that idea of wine. If it were a grape, for example, crushed, it would have that color of blood. Um, if my head was to ask of my blood-covered hands as I see no knife, I would say my heart envied the fruit and slapped a blow. Right. Uh, Here there is no way you can remove the wine from this line. Yeah, I think that is very similar to the wine, as the wine is also like a crushed fruit. Um, and I think I think this is to say, right, if we've crushed the fruit And like the blood covered hands, it implies this death. It implies a killing without being a literal killing. Um, to me, this says then that the love has been killed. The impulse to exalt this person beyond, to make this person holy, the love has been crushed. My heart envied it. Right, and this feeling of envy, this placing, this sort of misplacing of love and misplacing of perfection, uh, has right. The heart has sort of revolted. The heart knows that God is the perfect thing, and so has crushed this love, right? I think that's what we're going for. Um, Important question. Do you know the moment the prophet Joseph brings a plate to his mistress, Zuleika, and the hoes cut their hands? No, I do not. Uh, is this that's Joseph like where he's like a slave in Egypt, they or something, like his brothers. Is this the Joseph whose brothers sell him uh into slavery? That's the one. I don't know the cutting their hands part. Maybe that's not in the is that part in the Bible? I feel like I read the Joseph thing like pretty recently. I don't remember any hand cutting, so I would love if you filled me in, Ishmael. um I remember he like goes and then he's like the servant of the house, and then this woman like tries to frame him for okay, it's not in the Bible. Yeah. That then yeah, I don't know. If people are wondering about this particular Joseph, you can read about him in Genesis, or you can watch the musical Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, which is a very funny kind of banger of a musical. If my head was asked my blood-covered hands as a Sino knife, the speaker is impaired at this stage. Ah, the wine, that makes sense, and is either ignorant, hence they see no knife, or their own disobedience of religion, or ignorant of the weapon, the person of their love. Okay, that's a very compelling idea. If my head was to ask my blood-covered hands, right? So my head is no longer thinking. It's no longer and it. So like I've done something. I've killed something without knowing that I've done so because I've been impaired by love. Um, I would say my heart envied the fruit and slapped a blow. Uh, and that makes sense, right? My head was to ask, so we've been impaired by the wine of love. Ignorant, and is either ignorant. You have a lot of parentheses in that comment. um, Speaker is impaired at this stage and is either ignorant, hence they see no knife, their own disobedience of religion. I see. So they don't see their own disobedience, or ignorant of the weapon, the person of their love. Okay, so in being blinded, in being intoxicated by love, uh, they sort of commit a blow against God, or they shed God's blood on their hands without knowing it. That's cool. Or you can watch the Persian TV series about him. It always replays on every channel from start to end throughout Ramadan. That's dope. Could you explain the Joseph hands thing? Because I don't. I mean, I guess I can look it up, but you can probably explain it more concisely. Um, so, he's impaired by love. He doesn't see the knife. His hands are covered in blood. I would say my heart envied the fruit and slapped a blow. And maybe then fruit like has a nice, ringing of the idea of sin, right? I apologize, the way I type over text on Twitch can be unpleasant. I'll aim at clarity moving forward. No need to apologize. I think it's an inherent difficulty in communicating this way that is like really, really inefficient to overcome, where like I get to say all these words about the poem, right? And then y'all are like limited to typing and like providing these interjections of ideas, which are also on a delay, right? Sometimes I just miss them. And then they, like we're also trying to discuss like fairly heady, complicated things, and this just makes the whole process very inefficient. So it's to no fault of yours, Reclusi, because it's just hard, right? Um, yeah. so so this line then, like, maybe seems to imply a capitulation toward love, a capitulation toward uh, the intoxication of it. Uh, where so then these two stanzas are sort of acting in opposite of each other. One is like the mental, the sort of sane interpretation, uh, where it's like, I won't describe you, I will flee true discourse. But then when I am like under your influence of love, I find myself with my hands covered in blood doing unholy things, right? Uh, Zuleika tries to rape the guy. Guy escapes, but he is still a servant. People yap and gossip and shame Zuleika. Zuleika brings all the elite women of Egypt, gives them oranges. She says, yo, cut this oranges. Also, Joseph, come in. Women see Joseph, they cut their hands. They all are like, fair. Sorry we misjudged you, Zuleika. Okay. Okay. Um okay. So we have like the fruit and we have the blood covered hands like very clearly um alluded to, right? Um Guy escapes and he's still a servant. This is Joseph. People yap and gossip and shame Zuleika. In the TV series, Potiphar says, do you compare yourself to the promiscuous woman of Egypt? Which for some reason is so funny to me. I use it in daily life. Okay. Um, okay. So the women see Joseph and they cut their hands. And they're like, sorry, we misjudged you, Zuleika. Okay, wait. So then, like, does that mean like Zuleika gets vindicated after she tries to rape Joseph? Because that seems like a not great story. um, is that am I reading that correctly? Yes. Okay. So she is vindicated among the women of Egypt for basically doing something uh, horrible to this guy, which okay, so then so my blood covered hands, as I see no knife, I would say my heart envied the fruit and slapped the blow. So then I sort of lean toward interpreting this as a woman, like that this is maybe supposed to be read as a sort of seduction, or and maybe not literally, but possibly more broadly, like love as something, um not seduction. I mean, we have the wine, we have the unclear head, right? This implies a sort of like, I guess a sort of a rape, right? If you get someone drunk and then, you know, like do anything sexual, that's not good. Um, but it could be that like love itself makes one drunk, and in a sense, uh, is a rape of the pure and holy and devout mind. Uh, is sort of where my thoughts go with that now, right? Um, and and so right, this love is against one's better will, against one's better uh, judgment, right? That's what I'm interpreting now, right? Um, if this is an instance of rape, it makes the line after extremely disturbing. Yeah, like this poem could in fact be very graphic, right? I would say my heart envied the fruit and slapped a blow. Now we're talking about some like uh, pretty like potentially a description of like heavy violence in both directions. Oh, if my strength finishes, my piety goes away, and I fall into infidelity. God forbid. Oh, yeah. As to no longer be able to resist and such, right? Um, yeah. Uh, and I'm not sure that this poem is like describing a literal rape, but more so the figurative one of love intoxicating the mind that knows better. Please forget the rape part. Um, well, like I think it like it's maybe used excessively a word like that when framed in this sense in the poem that love is a love is an advance that one does not want. Uh, and it is an imposition of unholiness unto one's uh, purity. Is maybe like the more the better way to say that, right? She also marries the guy at the end because God forces him to. It makes sense in the story. Okay. Um, perhaps, yeah, but I mean, like, I read the story and I read it in a very different way because I'm not, actively participating in that cultural and religious context. So that's a difficulty, right? Uh, perhaps a bit far fetched, but cutting an orange, perhaps even interpreted as Clementine, is the Roman goddess of forgiveness. That's interesting. Um, I'm not sure that would like make sense in a historical cultural context, right? Uh, well, I don't know when these things happened. I guess no, Rome was before. No, Joseph was before Rome, right? Joseph was long before Rome. Uh, but there is like an interesting perspective there, and I think like the those sorts of interpretations, Elias, are really awesome, because those are like the one's own context, one's own uh 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 understanding and one's own historical stuff can be really valuable in like creating new interpretations, and it sort of does make sense if we're talking about a fruit, if we're talking about forgiveness, right? We might create that association, right? That goes, somewhat outside of the text, but is still compelling and might be very compelling for you as the reader, and that's valuable. The oranges Clementine interpretation part of the Yo cut these oranges was kind of a meta reference analysis. Sure, yeah, but that's really cool, right? Loki, when the story is referenced, the attempted rape part is only limited to that certain part. Even then, it's more about temptation. Sure, So that like um, there is this temptation of love that one must resist. Uh, One must resist, and if we fail, right? If one fails to resist, if the strength finishes, my piety goes away, right? If I do love, if I do place this person above holiness, and I fall into infidelity against God, then God forbid, what can this servant originator do? What would I do then, right? I would say, may his lover forgive his sin. Um, and that's like this line becomes incredibly powerful, right? With all of that context. You know, the lover should not blame me, should not blame him, right? He thinks at that point, or he hopes that they wouldn't. If I go through this, um, can I erase the word rape? Sure. Um, Reasonable request, just in general. Um, Not a pleasant word to have hanging around. Um, but this, right? If one loses the battle against love, and love supersedes faith, and like one decides to go in that direction, one would at least hope that the lover doesn't blame them for it, right? That they can at least understand, because that would be like quite a troubling thing at that point, to fall into love and then be blamed by one's lover, to be not forgiven by the lover, um, for loving them. Uh, yeah. um, it's such a, it's a description of love that I have not read described in this way before, right? It's very novel to me. It's very different, right? From any love poem I've ever read, and I think that's a very, good thing. Because this isn't the kind of sentiment that is really written about in the modern, generally much more secular age, no matter where you are. Um, like the idea of these like deep and fundamental tensions between love and faith, and like love depicted as something blasphemous, I think is, uh, a much more difficult position to hold in the modern day. So to write a poem that like captures that spirit, um, and goes back to that idea is definitely like a compelling thing to do, right? Um, because it's different. To go back and to write something using those older conventions, like you say, right, for tradition's sake, as you said much earlier. Yeah, like I don't know how I would capture something like that, how I would do something like that. I feel like the word worship might be a good title. Like what would I worship or something? Yeah, so you did, we do have this question of like what would we title a poem like this, right? Um, and so we have options, right? We could take a line that is very powerful or an idea that's very central within the work and just sort of extrapolate that as a title. We could take an idea like worship. What would I worship? That is really like the big overarching theme of this poem. We could title it as such, right? If we wanted to title it. Um, we could take a line like forgive his sin or something like that. Uh, we could take, I don't know if there are any like lines in this poem that really stand out as something that I would choose as a title, right? Um, which maybe means like something in Nikki's direction would make sense. Uh, we could also do something on the meta level, referring to the poem, referring to the idea of the poem, that kind of stuff. I think what I would worship makes the most sense, but I think shifting outside the poem for a title has more potential. Yeah, like we could like a title could serve as some meta commentary on, you know, the this love as it relates to tradition. Um, uh, perhaps a a title could certainly go in the direction of referencing Joseph or Zuleika, um, since the poem does that. Uh, these are options. Infidelity. I think to me like this is like one of the most central ideas to the poem, right? Because to go with love is to be infidel against God. To go with God is to sort of be infidel against the lover. Um, and it's this idea of which do you choose, but also by choosing which do you not choose. Um, like I almost think what I worship, like maybe more compelling to me is what do I not worship, right? What do I choose to discard in this way? What do I choose to abandon? Uh, because that's sort of the decision presented, right? Do I go with love at the consequence of acting against God? Do I go with God at the consequence of love, right? Feels feels more nuanced as a question than just what do I choose to worship, right? Um, what I worship what I worship is a cool title. It is a cool title on its own, right? Um, so those are all choices. Um, I don't know. It's very hard to decide, right? Um, and perhaps what would I worship has a different connotation. What would I worship has a different connotation than what would I worship has a different connotation than what I would worship. Yeah, those things are both different, and what I worship is also different than that. Uh, what I worship is a decision. What would I worship is a question. What I would worship, what I would worship is interesting, right? And it has this I would that comes back to uh, uh, the opening stanza, and it then references the poem itself while somewhat adding to the meaning. It could just be I would worship, right? Um, which calls to this. It calls to this, you know. I would is in every couplet. I would say, I would say. That is so true. I would say, I didn't even notice that. Um, so I would say it could very well be a title. I think it's funny that entirely went over my head. I don't know. Uh, I there is an ad break happening though, so I'll give you all some time to think about it, and you can discuss and you can argue in chat, or you can step away and walk around and drink some water and take a break like I will do. And then we can come back and reconvene and talk about maybe what different titles would be effective, right? So I'll be back in a second. You can find the poem on the Discord if you're looking for the full text. Hello, welcome back. Um, 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 Poem. Going back to the poem. Da da da. It is at the end of each stanza the way Turkish works. This is also how the poetry tradition works. So in your original, I would say is happening at the end of each stanza. That's pretty cool. Um, Obviously in English it can be a little bit more difficult. I mean, you can say, you should know what a difficult war I waged with the whisperer, comma, I would say, right? Like maybe you can do that. I don't know if it would work as well. I'm not sure. Uh Anyway, welcome back. We're naming this poem. Coming up with a name. English is actually such a clumsy fucking language. Well, every language is clumsy. Every language is fundamentally inefficient. And that's sort of the beauty of it, and the beauty of creating art within it as well. I only framed it as a question because the poem itself was questioning. Is the poem questioning? I guess it does at the end. What can this servant originator do? Right. I would say, may his lover forgive his sin. I think I would say is interesting too, because it's this wood. It's all like conceptual. It's all hypothetical. It's a really interesting through line of the poem itself. Um, but we this could very well be titled "I Would Say," or what were our other things, our other thoughts? Uh, what would I worship? What would I worship? Or what would I what or what I would or I would. These are all interesting, right? I would worship is fascinating because it takes a more determined stance than I would say, right? Saying is this thing, worshiping is this other thing. The worshiping I must do. Maybe it's, I don't know. Like, I feel like the longer we get, um, I feel like this poem demands a short title. It just feels that way to me. Like, there are some poems I'll write them and I'll be like, this should have a title that goes across the whole page. Should we really go with worship? I don't know. Should we, Ishmael? um, like, we have. We don't use worship within the poem, right? And the idea of the poem, I mean, like, is this, right? There's faith. Faith is different than worship. Worship is an action taken that reflects faith. This poem is more maybe about where we place belief, which is slightly different than the action of, worship. But I left the decision to you. What do I know? Yeah. Um, you're you get the joy of placing things out of your own control, right? Which is creating art. I think what I worship slash its alternatives is the clear winner. I mean, it's like sort of the only thing that's been suggested. Um, uh, so it's hard otherwise. Oh, I guess we had Elias saying the worshipping, but even then, worship as well. Um, uh, it is essentially a matter of inner turmoil here, caught between worship in a strict sense and worship in a sense of loving an individual. Yeah, then we have a question, right? The poem is sort of the question, right? The poem is a question of what would I worship? And is it poetic, right? This is a question we can ask with a poem, right? Is it poetic to name the poem what it's talking about, right? We'll see some poems that are talking about, let's say we have a whole ass, I don't know, like love poem that's talking about love and questioning and all of that and da 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 da. And it's like, should I love? Like, is that a very poetic title? I'm not sure. Um, and that's a question we have to ask. Um, does a title, and that's to each person's preference, right? Some people do really like writing a title that basically sums up the theme of a poem. Some people like, you know, writing a title that would be like I would say, and that exists within the poem. Some people just don't like titling poems. Um, uh, you know, some people would rather title the poem as something entirely outside that reframes the whole thing in a new light, you know? Uh, and that's a matter of personal preference, right? So I think no matter what, um, we would have a difficult time deciding together, right? Uh, could this also be bargaining? bargaining? Probably, right? I think it could be a lot of things within that. But there is this sort of bargain, this trying to come to terms with these two different forces, compulsions, desires, right? I also really like the alliteration. We do have some W alliteration even happening within the text. Interestingly, we have war I wage. Um, right, W's are very, very happening throughout. The wine, the whisperer, uh, the would I say, that kind of thing. The warrior, the war. Is kind of a very central letter to this thing. If this was really written in the 17th century, upcoming generations will call it Bedinin der dim, me pronouncing poorly, Redifli Gazeli. Um, I apologize. See, I wouldn't call it that because I can't say that. I mean, I would call it that if that's what it was called, right? Foreign to faith, other alliteration happening. Some writers solely use their first line as the title. Right. If I were a magus could be the title of this poem. And that's very different, right? That really reframes the poem in a different way than you know, would I say or what would I worship or that kind of thing. If I were a magus, like really like this places the emphasis on where we want the reader to look, right? This is what a title does. We look at the poem and we say, oh, this is what it's about. This is the big idea, right? And, if we say, if I were a magus, then we really have the reader paying attention to the idea of like what could be, right? If I wasn't a warrior of Islam, right? True discourse, that could be very interesting. Yeah. I do like true discourse a lot as a individual thing within the poem. And there's a wit to that. True discourse, as to say like this poem, you could read that and be like, oh, this poem is a true discourse. It's a true story. But then you could, take that on the levels of true discourse as religious text, as we discussed, true discourse as an honest description of a person and love, right? And I mean, like, true discourse, right? This is referring, we decided within the poem, to the beauty of the person. So to call this poem a true discourse takes the idea on like a meta level and says that this poem is the true description of loving that person. And it's not merely the description of their faiths that is true discourse, but the true discourse is like the entire experience of love, good and bad. It's kind of wild, right? So that's the idea of like something that adds levels, right, and layers of interpretation, which, I mean, I like stuff like that personally, right? And me liking that doesn't make the Would I Worship a worse title. It's just that humans have preferences, right? And my preferences in poetry are not, better than anyone else's. And that's even all of this interpretation is not necessarily true because I'm just me, right? There's also at least a phonetic and theological link between worship and war. Feels like the person is fighting in a muddy war of bargaining. Unsure about a linguistic origin link, though that would also be nice. Probably not like an etymological link. It would be interesting, right? Worship etymology. I mean, probably not, right? Old English worship. Warship, Old English, Guerrero, not rolling my R, sounding bad. Um, did stream just crash? Maybe? I don't know. Back now? Okay, dope. Hopefully the YouTube one like stayed alive. I think it maybe did. Looks like it did. That's nice. Not that many people watch on there. Dude, I don't. Yeah, Stream VOD started. Dude, I don't. Yeah, Stream VOD started over, which is annoying. I don't like when that happens. Makes it difficult to post them. And it like notifies everyone again on Discord. Really pisses me off actually. Um, yeah, I don't know. My computer's feeling a little warm. Anyway, war and worship do not come from the same etymological roots, which makes sense, I guess, because they're so different. Also worth considering, wars fought over worth of something. Yeah, wars are fought over worth, right? Um, but it seems the direct etymological, the people who decide those things have decided otherwise. um, yeah, but this like warship thing is kind of interesting. One could definitely hone in on some of the, you know, the war I wage, right? Kind of ideas within the poems. And this poem being the war I wage, being titled as such makes sense, right? Uh that this is the sort of struggle of love that this person engages in. That's certainly another option for a title, right? War I wage, maybe the works better here, right? um or we have, what did we say before this one? True discourse. These are all these are all options, right? They're all good options. uh the worship, the war, the discourse, I would say these could all work. And I don't think, I'm not sure if it's worth me choosing one of these, right? Uh and coming to a decision. But I do think it's useful to illustrate that many different titles can work, and many different titles can work for different people for different reasons. Uh and that's a cool thing. The only other thing I could point to is something to do with the Whisperer. Yeah, I mean they show up like once. Um like and I guess, right, the Whisperer is temptation. The Whisperer sort of is very closely associated with love. This could be Love's Whispers or something like that. And if we were to refer to whispers, then we'd call to the Whisperer without putting them in the title. That could be cool, right? Maybe we wouldn't want to do Love's Whispers. It's just love. I don't like the word love. That's just a personal thing, though. Other people might like that title more. Um, so there's that, right? um, Blood covered hands, envied the fruit. There's like a fruit thing that could happen in the title, maybe. I don't know. um, yeah, those are options. I don't think I'm gonna choose a title though. I think. I mean, I don't know. Ishmael, are you still here? Do you want me to choose a title? Like, if I have to, I'll choose one, right? But it seems less. The answer seems less interesting than the path toward it, right? I think this was the valuable part, coming up with all these different titles and ideas. And to choose one is sort of, you know, not as interesting to me. Each person can choose for themselves, you know? That's an idea that I like. Um, I think this is useful. I get to, but I don't got to. um, I think what was I gonna say? I think this is useful though in our own poems, right? To show that we can spend a lot of time uh, with the idea of a title, that we can come up with different things. It can probably like show us new things about the poem, and it's worth putting some amount of thought into. If I had to choose, if I had to choose, I'm probably doing True Discourse, uh, because we spent a good amount of time with this line. It is a line that really like sticks out as an important inflection point in the understanding of the poem itself. And then it speaks on multiple layers outside of the poem and has multiple meanings and things that operate in that interconnected way tailored to my personal taste as an analyst. So um, that is my justified decision based on my own taste. That is not to say that True Discourse is the true title, uh, or that it's a better title than other titles, but it is the title that I like. So the new meta is not writing a title, getting you to do it instead. Yeah, you could also you could also title a poem. You could write a poem, titled, uh, you choose the title for this poem, or something like that, something maybe more eloquent, where you could invite the reader to engage with a poem in this manner. Um, I'm not sure what pick a title would be a simple way to say it. Yeah. I do love the idea of art that invites the viewer to engage with it in unexpected ways. Uh, Art that asks a question that maybe the reader themselves is actually supposed to grapple with before and find an answer of their own. Art that has puzzles within it, encoded things, hidden stuff, that creates like an experience of the consumer of the art being part of the art itself, right? Sounds fun, but it can become quite cringe, very possibly. Better to just leave it blank. Make it clear there was supposed to be a title, but it's blank, rather than putting on the reader directly. Yeah, you could have an empty set of brackets, right? Or an empty set of quotation marks. I always title my poems within quotation marks, is just my preference. And I have written a poem that is just titled, two quotation marks. Like it's just an empty quotations. I sort of, meant that in a different sense with that poem, but one could also do something like that, quotation, space, 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 quotation mark, something like that. Within a collection, if there's an expected place that the title always is, um, you could have titled poems, you could have untitled poems that are formatted differently, and then you could have an untitled poem that is formatted in the way of a titled poem, as to imply that there should be a title there that is missing. Uh, that would be a very compelling artistic touch. Uh, I do like that idea. Um, Better just leave it blank. Okay. That is also interesting. If I saw that, I think I would. I don't think I would interpret it as pick a title. I'd go on a pursuit of trying to make sense of the quotes as a title itself. Right. And that poem was actually about silence, so it's empty quotation marks. I think it's fairly obvious within the context. Um, but and I think that's why when you want a reader to engage with something in that way, you usually have to prompt them or, poke them in the direction of going beyond the normal experience. Because I think most readers, you know, won't won't immediately jump to the idea that they are supposed to be participating in the art in front of them. But I've been thinking about that a lot, at least in the past 2 days, basically, or maybe since yesterday, how to create art that invites the participation of the viewer. Do we ever read your poems on here? Sometimes I share them. Uh, on Thursday nights, we now make collage poetry, um, which there will be that on Thursday. I can share some maybe after this, but I think we're done with this poem. Before we get too far away from it, were there any other questions? Any other thoughts? Any other comments on True Discourse by Ishmael? Or whatever title anyone else would like to call it? um, and if no other thoughts, then we will, you know, read this and carry on to other things. Potentially me reading my own poetry. Questions, comments, concerns? Praise for Ishmael. Thank you. It's funny, Elias, you like read my mind. I was about to pick up the water bottle on my own, and then you redeemed hydrate at the same time. Okay. No other questions, it seems. Welcome in, Pepper. Beautiful poem. I agree. It is a beautiful poem. It is really cool. There's a lot going on. No final remarks. Okay. This is True Discourse by Ishmael. If I were a magus, I would say you are the best of thousands of flames. If I were a Christian, I would say you are the idol at the center of the halo. My mother is a Muslim. Myself, too, is a warrior of Islam. I would say you should know what a difficult war I wage with the whisperer. I'm forced to describe your beautiful face for a moment. Fleeing true discourse, I would say reflection is together with the wine. If my head was to ask of my blood-covered hands, as I see no knife, I would say my heart envied the fruit and slapped a blow. My strength finishes. My piety goes away, and I fall into if my strength finishes, my piety goes away, and I fall into infidelity, God forbid. What can this servant originator do? I would say, may his lover forgive his sin. True Discourse. By Ishmael. Thank you for submitting that. It's dope. Yeah. Really cool poem. Lots going on, right? Yeah. I can share some of my poetry. If you're interested, Reclusy. I think my notebook's like back here behind things, so I'm gonna try to not knock over my whole stream setup while I reach this. Okay. I wrote something last night. I don't remember what I wrote. It was late. It was like a prose poem rant. I forgot that I wrote that. I can share this one, I think. It's very like, I would say it's fairly like a confessional and a prose poem. I didn't name it. Can y'all name this poem for me? Since we named Ishmael's poem, maybe y'all can help me name this poem. Yeah, I usually only read my poetry if people ask. So if you ever want to hear my poetry, just ask, and then and then that's fine. No, I heard the word leaving. Uh, I don't know. Uh, don't leave. I just got back. No, I'm not leaving. I think you misheard, Callie. Stream is still going for some time. We have another poem to read. But I'm reading. Maybe you heard reading. Some of my poetry. This is like glowing. I don't understand if it's. Is it this light? It's that light. This light over here is causing the problems for some reason. I don't know. Turn that one back on. That's more balanced. I hate lighting. I don't understand it. That's the best one. Okay, I'm gonna read this poem. Y'all can maybe offer titles if you would like. Like, all you know is your own perception of me and your own associations which you've placed on me, and those aren't me. I'm me. Are we crashing again? We could be crashing again. Dude. I think that's annoying. I'll start it. Yeah. Tell me when y'all are back. It's really annoying. Yeah, it did crash again. Uh Very frustrating. Very frustrating. Um Not a fan. Back. Okay. Awesome. I think it's less cold now, and so my computer gets warm. Like, it doesn't cool itself off well, and especially when it gets to summer in Vegas, I need to like literally like throw ice packs on my computer during stream, or it like crashes all the time. So we might be getting back to weather where that is necessarily where that is necessary, and my room is getting to a high enough ambient temperature that it causes my computer to stop working on regular intervals. Which sounds kind of crazy, but that has been the historically functional solution. That or the Wi-Fi sucks for some reason. I'm unsure. So I'm gonna try to read this poem again, I guess. I'm not a big fan of this poem. It's much more like just I and confessional than I would normally write. But that's where I was at last night. Try. Oh, you redeemed Stretch, Elias. I'm just gonna do this one again. Um, Maybe I don't know. Any universe we can get it on screen? Yeah, we can. It's just gonna be in my uh like it's questionable. It's questionable how helpful that will be. You know, I guess is the only uh issue, right? Because this is my regular handwriting. This is also why I struggle to read my own handwriting. But here it is on stream in my little notebook. This gives me trauma? Don't say that. That's not. That's so mean. Trauma from what? Um, Marking exams? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Uh, I write for me. I obviously don't write for anyone else to read it necessarily. But I will follow along with my finger on the text so that y'all can try to follow and try to hold this down flat. Okay. We'll see how I do. You say you love me. We are friends. And I want to ask every time, what do you mean when you say that? And before you answer, I would stutter along because you don't know me, really. Like, all you know is your own perception of me and your own associations which you've placed on me, and those aren't me. I'm me. You don't know me. Can you love something you don't know? Is that what love is? And by the end, my voice would be cracking and breaking, and I would be collapsed on my knees, and the tremors would stop me from saying any more. And I would look at you with a helplessness that you had never seen in my face, but maybe detected once or twice in the way I play music. And you would take a moment to remember what I even asked to begin with. And then you would be the first person to give me an answer. What does that say? I've never had an answer. But maybe it's my fault for never being brave enough to ask. Not my most high and intellectual work, but one from a fairly genuine place. It's something I want to ask. I have these friends. Like, so many of my friends like tell me they love me. I'm like, what do you mean, dude? I don't get it. I don't know what that means. I just don't. Very first thing that jumps to me, does the speaker know me themselves? There seems, at least in a manner of expression, that there is uncertainty in regard to that as well. Yeah, there is, Reclusi. There is uncertainty. There might even be a certainty that me doesn't know me, and all of that, and that knowledge isn't. And I think really it starts to, allude to the question, like, really, the part that I care most about is like, is that what love is, right? Can you love something that you can't know? Is you me? Yeah, I'm me. It's confessional. Like, it's I am the speaker, and but I'm curious, like, if love is fundamentally like placing uh placing some amount of trust in something unknown and uncertain, that's very uncomfortable to me. And the idea that someone would propose something like love in reference to me when they don't know me and can't is uncomfortable, probably, and I don't like it. You should have some variation of know or knowing in the title. I mean, yeah, probably, right? Like, if we're going, and I think with like the confessional, those sorts of titles, on that main theme can be very effective. Yeah, like, obviously the idea of being known is pretty central, right? Or even perceive. Yeah. I mean, perception, being perceived, what that means. It's a good option. I don't know. It's one that I've considered just leaving untitled, or at least I didn't title it at the time, which it at least means maybe I had the thought that it was not going to be titled. I'm not sure. But yeah, those are reasonable directions. I pick weird titles though. Maybe just ignore me. No, I mean, I think you pick very like, your titles are very forward, right? And I think that's good, particularly with what you write. Like I think your titles, I mean, that's the thing, right? Your titles work well with your writing. Um, like, I actually don't particularly like the idea of letting someone else title my poem, uh, even though I said that. 'Cause like the title is part of the writing, and that would be like letting someone write part of my poem. And it kind of even baffles me, Ishmael, that you would be like, you can title it, because yeah, I don't know. That's not like now that I think about it, right? Like, in no way do I ever want anyone else titling my shit, right? Because I'm very particular, right, about how I write. I mean, that poem's not very particular, but I don't know. I can read you something else, Reclusi, if you want to hear more of my work. I don't know what I have. I've read Glory like in the last two streams, so I'm not gonna read Glory again. Um, what have I written that I like? Some of the stuff I posted, so I don't need to read that. Um, I can read something older. Uh, Heike, where are the good poems at? Not sure they exist. I don't know. Maybe I won't read. I'm enjoying it a lot. I guess I'm just curious about how to potentially comment on stuff because I can tell it's very personal. Yeah, that poem's a little different because it's so uh it is just so directly uh confessional, right? Um and that poem is very personal to me actually. Like um I mean like literally like what the poem is talking about. I'm surprised I let myself read this. Uh right. Um You would be the first person to give me an answer. I've never had an answer, but maybe it's my fault for never being brave enough to ask. Right? Like this is actually like half the crux of the poem. Half of it is like fuck, love doesn't make sense to me. And half of it is I've never asked anyone in a genuine sense what love is and really like had a real conversation about this. I haven't I've not done this, right? Like discussed love on a personal level, right? And so um like sharing this poem is in a sense, right? Uh calling out that question, like actually asking that question into the world in some capacity. Um so it is a rather like it's not uncomfortable because I don't care that much uh about those things, but it's different, right? I can tell the poem is very personal for you, but can I ask, is the speaker potentially blaming the lover? Well, they're not a lover. Very specifically mentioned. You tell me you love me. We are friends. I mean, a lover is someone who loves, maybe, right? Um, um, expressing, blaming the lover for the wrong reasons, expressing loss from an extreme place of insecurity. So perhaps the lost lover deserves blame, but are these the right reasons? Uh, well, so you're asking, is the speaker blaming the lover? I think the speaker is blaming this person for loving them and not doing it honestly and probably not having a good conception of love. And like the end of the poem is in like a large capacity pretty delusional, like that this person would actually give them a satisfying answer of what love means. Um, so in that sense, right, it's like, I'm blaming you for expressing love toward me because I don't understand love and you don't understand love. Um, which is probably just like coming from the wrong the wrong perspective on love, right? Um, of wanting to uh and I think the friend thing is important because like I like I feel like in the communities that I run in and in the very queer circles that I'm in, like, uh, people will tell you they love you very easily, right? And you can be a friend with someone for a few weeks, and then they'll say like, "Bye, love you," you know. Um, you say platonic love can be just as powerful as romantic love. See, but like even then, right? The platonic love lacks a definition of like what are you loving and what does this mean and all of that. So, um, that's the issue, right? Um, and I think like arguably the answer that's hiding in there is that, you know, love is something done like tragically and in the face of uncertainty, and you just love, right? Um, and and maybe I find that disagreeable. um, uh, it's good that you're branching out of your headspace and meaning to question things. Probably, right? I mean, it's questions that have been on my mind. I'm just addressing them in poetry more often. Um, Platonic. You already said that. Da, 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 da. Hi, Callie. Da, 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 da. Sorry, my brain is melted. I mean, so it goes, right? That's life. um, they say it's all about the vibes. Hemingway says it's about. Well, that's Bukowski, not Hemingway, uh, but yeah, for Bukowski, it is about the bim bim bim. Most definitely misinterpreted. Hard to follow perfectly with a single read hearing, but thanks for sharing something with us. Yeah, the one read and the illegible script, uh, right, not helpful. I'm not giving y'all a good chance, uh, for like genuine analysis, right? Like, it would be hard no matter what for y'all to give any sort of uh you know like thoughts in that time, uh and you know, maybe by only reading it once I do in some capacity insulate myself from any genuine discussion about my work. uh I don't know if that's subconsciously happening or not, but it's there's a call out there to be called out, right? I was going to call you out on the handwriting again, but I decided not to. Oh, you know, call it out as much as you want. Like, sometimes I write in more print. So, like, this is actually quite neat over here. Um, then there's, like, this stuff, though, that's, like, messed up. I can read it again. I can read the poem again. Um, Something I've determined, I was talking about my workshop earlier and like how we give good advice and how we give thoughts on poetry and what that entails. I think it necessarily exists in relation to the time we have to spend with a work. This is why I hate open mics, because people go up and they read the poem once and then you don't have any time to think about it and then you're being hit by another poem. Awful. Hate them. Um, and uh right, because to understand something is to take time, is to like engage with it, to like to actually, you know, yeah, I mean, yeah, engagement and genuine thought happens over time. It doesn't happen in one reading or in one listening. So if I don't read the poem multiple times and it's not very intelligible for you to read, then it's not giving you a good chance to actually understand it, right? So misinterpreting, you know, you're not at fault for that. Hi, Bushka Plays. Welcome in. We're talking about one of my poems right now, even though stream is called Reading Your Poems. But we're going to read a poem by Elias soon. Um, um, Poetry is super private for me, at least. All I write is super attached to me. Um, and my experience. So I'm always super impressed that so many chatters share their work and are open to feedback. Yeah, it's really beautiful that people send me their stuff. Uh, um, like it's very brave. It's a very amazing thing that people do. Your handwriting, I can read some of it. Gee, this one teacher was like, points at your handwriting, and I was like, yes, I wrote it. But I forgot to post it. She asked, can you read it? Oh, yeah. Um, Listen, when your brain fires faster than your fingers, it looks like a chicken walked across the page, just the way it is. Yeah. Here's the poem again. Yeah. So you can hear it again. Um, God, actually, like, I get very judgmental of my work when I start sharing it. It's interesting. You say you love me. We are friends. And I want to ask every time. Ugh, it's hard to read my own handwriting, guys. Handwriting is greater than text on screen. There's something super tangible about it. Yeah, I think it's really cool. I almost think it's a little better than, like, I do this stuff on the iPad and write, and it's still more tangible than text. But this is awesome. I'm gonna try to read the poem again and read my own handwriting. Um, Not this handwriting though. um, okay, okay. You say you love me. We're friends, and I want to ask every time, what do you mean when you say that? And before you answer, I would stutter along because, like, you don't know me really. Like, all you know is your own perception of me and your own associations which you placed on me, and those aren't me. I'm me. You don't know me. Can you love something you can't know? Is that what love is? And by the end, my voice would be cracking and breaking, and I would have collapsed to my knees, and the tremors would stop me from saying any more, and I would look at you with a helplessness you had not seen on my face, but maybe detected once or twice in the way I play music, and you would take a moment to remember what I asked to begin with. And then you would be the first person to give me an answer. I've never had an answer. But maybe it's my fault for never being brave enough to ask. Poem. Untitled poem. uh, yeah, for your listening pleasure again, but not your reading pleasure, because that handwriting. Oh, I like it. Thank you, Bishka. Um, I I'm not sure if I would say the same, but I am very critical of my art. Um, I am very critical. I wrote it last night, so it's also like new and it's fresh. So so that's a thing. Um, it's really funny. I feel this like I like looking in my own head and like saying like I feel something. Why am I feeling this? Like right now I'm feeling like a really strong compulsion to share something else that I think is better to prove like somehow that like oh I can write something better than that because I clearly don't value that poem very highly. Um which is um a useful thought to analyze in myself and something I'll probably be thinking about later. I've been a writer for as long as I remember. I can't be critical because I know that writers are super critical about themselves, at least the good ones. Yeah, yeah. It's a constant process of improving and learning and it's fun, right? Like I don't get all torn up, at least, because I think it's a joy to be able to iterate and to improve and to be critical of oneself. Um, but it is something that happens. Can you love something you can't know is what stood out to me. And then the end with answer. Don't have an answer. Um, ask. I can't remember because I just heard it. Oh yeah, the end. Uh, and then you would be the first person to give me an answer. I never had an answer. But maybe it's my fault for never being brave enough to ask. Um, the funny thing, right? Like this has been a theme of conversation on stream already now today of the value of an answer, the value of choosing one of the titles that we had for that poem, the value of knowing the right interpretation, and that that's probably less important than the process of the process of interpreting, the process of coming up with these ideas, the process of loving, which is a good response to this poem, maybe, if one were to respond to it and engage with its ideas. You could say, I could certainly say, why the fuck do you want an answer? Just go and love, right? It's the very intuitive sort of answer to this poem, is to not be so concerned with an answer. Are you primarily a poet? Please don't mind my asking. I am primarily a poet, yes. I am secondarily a... I would almost say that I'm primarily an analyst of poetry because I do that so much, and secondarily a poet. But I'm probably primarily a poet. Tertiarily, I am a writer of essays and short stories, which I have a few of on my Substack. I just posted one the other day. I think it's linked within the links on stream. It might not be, though. So if you can't find it and you want to read that stuff, feel free. There's not very much poetry on there. The not knowing is actually what makes it so scary and yet so satisfying at the same time. Right, yeah. But naturally, I think, can you love something you can't know is potentially the most important question of the poem. I agree. I do agree, right? That is the most important question in my mind as it pertains to love. And also, can you love something that you can know? Does it stop being love if it starts being certain? Is like a, the flip side of that question, which is an important one to ask too. If certainty erases the possibility of love, and love only exists and hinges upon the ideas of loss, grief, death, ephemerality, right? I would love to read it. I've been getting into poetry very, very recently to shake up what I know and don't know. So, on the Substack, let's see. I do have... So I have a few things that I've written up that are sort of essays that are analyses of poems. Hopefully that link works. So the What Happens to a Dream Deferred, and then the one about the Sharon Olds poem. Those are basically me writing up my thoughts on a poem in a formal setting. So you might find those interesting, because they're talking about the interpretation of art. So there's a break occurring. And then after we take the little break, we'll read Elias's poem if you're still cool with that, Elias, and that will be exciting, right? And we'll talk about it, and we'll dive into the meat and potatoes of your arts. But in the meantime, stand up, move. It'll keep you alive probably. Drink water, that keeps you alive too. Snack, bathroom, whatever. Do good things. I don't know. Do some push-ups, and we'll be back in like 3 minutes. Well, hello there. I'm back. We are back. I'm Imogen. We are reading poetry. And we're going to read the poem submitted by Elias. This will be the first poem of yours that we've read on stream, which is always very exciting to have new blood, as it were. Um, but also, I mean, that's just a very sort of courageous thing to do. And I always commend the fact of sharing something. You know, I'm a stranger, putting it on the screen in front of other people, talking about it, breaking it down, um, and you had a little message in the Discord. Actually, thought about sharing a poem after hearing about it. Here's a quick kind of emotional piece I wrote at night about a year ago. Would love to hear what you all think, is what you said. So that will be, emotional, right? I mean, that's, You acknowledge that it's emotional, and I think all the more reason that this is an admirable thing, right, to share. You had said in chat, Reclusy, you're working on a poem now and want to end it with "I'm less than then," and I really want to do it, but I guess I want to ask how to make this work. So like the idea of less than, the idea of then, I think is the idea, right? I'm working on a poem for now. Second then is in italics or something, I guess. So deficient that I'm not even worthy of comparison in the first place. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you need the italics. I feel like if you just set up the idea of then as the concept of comparison itself, then you might just be able to go less than then in plain text. Does that make sense to you? Yeah, I mean, you would have to make it make sense within the context of the poem and really set up the idea of then as something that someone can be less than. But I think it's a really like brilliant little linguistic trick that you're doing there, though. I think it's really cool. I like the idea. And Dragons is so good. Thank you, Bushka. I appreciate that. And now we're going to read Elias's poem. If you have any context or questions going into the poem that you would like to share ahead of time, Elias, those things are always welcome. They're also welcome at any point within the poem. Also, if you don't want to share anything at all and you just want me to read it and sort of look at it with a virgin understanding, then that is totally cool too. That's your call. First, no context. Want to know what comes up? I can do that at a later point. Yeah, and that's something that some people do. Let me analyze the whole thing and then share their meaning at the end. Some people are the strict never share their meaning type people. Those are all fine, right? So, this is called Green Birds, Forget-Me-Nots, and the Fact That You Called. I love a long title, first of all. I was thinking about you today. Wait, pause. Take a breath. Even 2, if you want. But not 3. The worry might break free. This is a safe place to return to. A way to silently ask for reassurance. You called me on Sunday. Remember? And oh my gosh, I did not expect you, not even slightly. I was surprised and happy and a nervous tomato. We talked hour after hour with no clear end in sight until both of us were halfway asleep. I wanted you near, and I kind of did not want our call to end. Did you? In a way, you were so very open with your vulnerabilities. And I do not know yet how close you will allow me in your life. What does this mean to you? What's on your mind right now? Can you describe to me what your favorite childhood memory feels like? What do you most strongly yearn for? Are we sharing a metaphorical couch? Am I allowed to move a little closer? Green birds, forget-me-nots, and the fact that you called. Very sweet poem. A love poem, like what we read before, right? In the broad category of love poem as a thing, right? But this one, very sweet, sort of apprehensive. This it feels like that youthful uncertainty in love, and in attraction and affection. that's, that's the first vibes, right? It's very sweet. And I think, we have these like, a nervous tomato. This just like that line just makes me smile because it doesn't, you know, take itself too seriously that it was nervous. Adorable is a good way to put it, Nikki. Um, and and I think it really well like describes that like giddy, uncertain, really like sweetness of attraction, um, and this like racing thoughts, right? This like wait pause, you know, um, this like, 1, 2, 3 free. There's a really just nice lightness to the poem, not only in like what it's directly talking about, right? Not only in like, the idea of being in love itself, but like the word choices we use, right? I was thinking about you today, right? It's simple. Wait, pause. There's some excitement, some direction. We have, you know, uh these like, interjections of question. We have, just it has um uh yeah. So, it just so much like nice like questioning and all of that. Lightness is something I think is accomplished very well on first impression, right? That it has that fluttering heart feeling. And that's really great when we can not only like describe the heart fluttering, right? The uncertainty, the excitement, but also to like transmit some of that feeling as well, right? And I think there are many things, as I already sort of started to point at, these exclamation points, these short little questions, interjections, some of the word choices that communicate on a subtler level this like feeling. And that's really cool, right? Just on a first read. Um, but I'm going to read it again because reading things many times, taking time, considering things slowly is good. Greenbirds, forget-me-nots, and the fact that you called. I was thinking about you today. Wait, pause. Take a breath, even 2 if you want, but not 3. The worry might break free. This is a safe place to return to, a way to silently ask for reassurance. You called me on Sunday, remember? And oh my gosh, I did not expect you, not even slightly. I was surprised and happy and a nervous tomato. We talked hour after hour with no clear end in sight until both of us were halfway asleep. I wanted you near, and I kind of did not want our call to end. Did you? In a way, you were so very open with your vulnerabilities. And I do not know yet how close you will allow me in your life. What does this mean to you? What's on your mind right now? Can you describe to me what your favorite childhood memory feels like? What do you most strongly yearn for? Are we sharing a metaphorical couch? Am I allowed to move a little closer? It's great. It's yeah. Okay. So it has lightness. I think this poem is also like it's very easy to speak in that like the way that it's formatted, the way that we um are using like punctuation and different things going on. Just another thing I'm noticing is it has a really nice rhythm to it throughout the work. And I think that rhythm is very much like put onto the page, and it is very like well expressed, where it has this kind of push and it has this pull, it has this tension and release, which, you know, is part of that feeling of being in love, right? It's that attraction, it's that pulling back. And I mean, we even see that like right in the opening stanza. um I was thinking about you today, right? And that might even be something that like to say to someone would be, you know, coming on a bit strong. Just be like, I was thinking about you today, you know. um Wait, pause, right? Let's roll that back. Take a breath, even two if you want, right? Like, lock the fuck in, you know. But not three, the worry might break free, right? We should hesitate, we should be careful, but we shouldn't hesitate too much or we'll be too worried about love. So it's striking this balance, like we're already describing this in the first stanza of, you know, not rushing too fast, not being too slow, you know, trying to gauge like the balance in between those two things. This is a safe place to return to, a way to silently ask for reassurance. And that's just nice, right? Like the breath is a place to come back to, um, you know, to stop, to think, to consider. Um, and I like this. Like, we have this establishment of a safe place, um, with the like unsafety sort of being the uncertainty of love, which isn't even that unsafe, which just makes this whole poem feel very like pleasant, where we have this safe place, we have this first stanza, we have this breath to return to, um, but also like the place that we're venturing into isn't so hostile, right? This keeps us within like nice things, you know, birds, flowers, the fact that you called, these are like nice, pretty, pleasant things, right? Um, I also think the highlighting of the breath in the first stanza, like, so there's the thing where like if you call attention to the breath, someone will start to think about the way that they're breathing. Like, even as I say that, you know, some of you probably just shifted into conscious breathing rather than subconscious breathing, where now you're thinking about the way that you're breathing and you have to like intentionally inhale. And I just did that to you by talking about breathing, right? And and in the same way, when this poem directly talks about breath, I think, especially as a reader of poetry and as a poet, I start thinking about the way that I'm breathing within the poem. And, you know, we have like, take a breath. It's a pause, gives us time to breathe, even two if you want. But not three, the worry might break free. And when we set up this like rhyme against this semicolon, this like shorter punctuation, we're like pushing through this line. This is a safe place to return to, a way to silently ask for reassurance. So when we get to this line, it's like all one big long breath, exhale, relaxation, right? And we continue to play with this throughout the poem, where there's like little short breaths. You know, you called me on Sunday, remember? And it's like you could even breathe on both of these cases, right? Um, and then like, oh my gosh, I did not expect you, not even slightly, right? This sort of like pushes into, you know, a longer breath. Maybe this is like an unfolding, a sort of nervousness. And oh my gosh, I did not expect you, not even slightly, right? We're pushing the pace a little bit. I was surprised and happy and a nervous tomato. We talked for hour after hour. And at this point, like, if we push through this stanza break, we're really starting to run out of breath. Um, and and the way that this is punctuated, the way that this is written, like, sort of encourages us in this section somewhere to like run out of breath, to not stop. We talked for hour after hour with no clear end in sight until both of us were halfway asleep, right? That's like the whole breadth of a breath, which makes this section just feel like it takes a long time, that it's longer, that it's slower than everything else. Um, and so this poem really does, like, it engages with that idea of breath as a way to pace the thing, to the story, right? The poem. That's the word I was looking for. Did you? Right? It's like sharp. It stops. It calls attention to that line. And this is something that it continues to happen through the end of the poem. Welcome in Raw. Return rhymes with reassurance too. It is assonant, right, with reassurance. Return, reassurance. So we have this like rhymes are technically end of line, or end of word, right? At the end of the word, if the sound is the same, it's a rhyme. This is called assonance, which is basically an internal rhyme. So when we have the same sounds within words. But yeah, that's a really good observation. And we have some like sonic choices in terms of like rhymes. 3 free, return, reassure, some like silently ask, safe, reassurance, right? There's like S sound alliteration happening in here. And that's another way, right? That this can like play with making words feel connected, making them feel like they work together in rhythm with each other, as opposed to them feeling like broken, right? I wanted you near, and I kind of did not want our call to end. So we have like this wanted, kind call, even like end, right? And this kind of unifies all of this as one line and keeps it all like together, and it's one section. I wanted you near and kind of did not want our call to end, right? But then it's like, did you? Right? This like very much suddenly takes us in a different direction, both sonically, both in terms of subject, where we're moving from me to you, and like the sound is changing. It's shorter, just being 2 words. And, we have sort of a different sonic thing happening. It's snappier. I really like it. It starts off with lightness, almost banter, slowly shifts into something deeper, something more intimate. But there's a strong element of asking permission. Is this okay? And ends on such an open-ended, loving note. Yeah. And right, that's cool. That over the course of the poem, right, we're sort of undergoing this tonal shift. From this lightness, this wait pause, exclamation point, all of that kind of stuff. This conversational banter, remember, nervous tomato, surprised and happy. And then, we almost have this cut here that takes us hours later within the span of, these 3 lines. And it's like time has passed. We like know each other better. And now it can be deeper, right? This is where we get to the vulnerabilities. And I think this, like, the word sticks out so much. Vulnerabilities. Maybe in an effective way. Vulnerabilities. Down here we have like the metaphorical couch, where even like yearn, we have like a slight increase in like the complexity of the language as we get more, as you say, Bushka, more intimate, more deep, right, the complexity of the poem increases. We even see, if we just look at it visually, that these stanzas at the bottom, right, they're like, all the lines are longer. They're less broken up in the way that we have like the wait pause, the and happy happening down here or up here. And then this stanza in between acts as our sort of like transitory point. And then we land in like what is visually, like ignoring any of the words, heavier, right? These longer lines, these bigger questions. And I think that's a very subtly, maybe even subconsciously written, but very subtly effective thing to do, where, as we go down the page, we get heavier, we get more serious, right? Although our seriousness remains light, which is nice. In a way, you were so very open with your vulnerabilities, and I do not know yet how close you will allow me in your life. What does this mean to you? What's on your mind right now? Can you describe to me what your favorite childhood memory feels like? And like this, right? It's a light question, right? It's sort of fun. Like, describe to me your favorite. But it's also like this big question, sort of. It's asking someone about who they are. And I think something like that can, probably tell you a lot about a person. So, and this is like such a long phrase that it has a weight. It has a heaviness to it. It's a full breath, again. Can you describe to me what your favorite childhood memory feels like? Right? The whole span of a human breath. What do you most strongly yearn for? We are sharing a metaphorical couch. Am I allowed to move a little closer? Right? And we bring it back up light again. Just this simple action of getting a little closer. But the whole poem is really structured as like getting a little closer, where we go from lightness and even uncertainty that we're being, maybe not light enough. I was thinking of you today, wait, pause, and then we try again. You called me on Sunday, right? Where at the start, we almost can't be emotionally intimate. And then it's only through like the traversal of the poem, it is only through the length of the page that we ever actually like get to any of this, it makes me think of how people like really, some people really dislike small talk because they want to like talk about real stuff. But small talk is sort of this game that we have to play to unlock the ability to breach this gap, to engage with someone emotionally. And in the same way, like love has a similar, or attraction, to call this love would be probably preemptive, but attraction and intimacy, any intimacy has this sort of pattern where you need to like unlock the deeper things as you go along. So it formally within the poem, as well as textually, describes this process very accurately, and it does it in a very fun way. So, that's really cool, right? Yeah. as some initial thoughts. Those are initial thoughts. There's certainly more that can be said. Well, we have our bearings now. I like the title. Right. I sort of mentioned it briefly earlier. Green birds, forget me nots, and the fact that you called. Green birds, you know, something just like sort of very simply beautiful. Forget me nots also. I think forget me nots also probably have some like flower symbolism, uh, because flowers like tend to do that. Um, Meaning, what do they mean? Forget me nots symbolize true love, memory, and lasting fidelity. Oh, that's a chat GPT. That's annoying. But it makes sense, like, right? Forget me nots, to not be forgotten, to have love continue. Um, I don't know if the green birds are a symbol for something specific that I don't, that I'm not picking up on. Uh, I can't think of any birds that are green. are there are there green birds? There must be green birds, right? But anyway, right? Something like free and delicate and gentle, uh, something light, right? You know, like actually, guys, the title accomplishes something really cool. Um, Green birds as something light, as something, you know, simple and fluttering, and then forget me nots as the more like heavy kind of love, the more like I don't want to be forgotten. I want this long lasting love. I want this fidelity, right? These two things in themselves almost symbolize like the the structure of this poem, right? Green birds at the start, forget me nots at the bottom, and then the middle, right, is when we're talking about the talking hour after hour, which makes that, right, the fact that you called, right? And so it almost outlines the structural content, the meaningful content of the poem itself. Lovebirds can be green, even better. And this is like the light, fluttering affection of like the idea of a lovebird, right? Um, so like simple on face value, the poem, simple, sweet, not that maybe complicated and involved on a first read, but like it very efficiently, effectively sort of ties all these things together and and shows us a very like concise and relatable narrative in this description of love, which is pretty cool. Uh, Six. Those are like. It's interesting that this stanza's 5 lines. It's like sticks out to me structurally. That one's a little shorter. We could try to find intentional meaning there. We could say that this 5 line stanza ends with "What does this mean to you?" and like the missing line implies an answer that we don't get to hear as the reader. Uh, we could be very speculative like that. That would be a fun thing to believe, you know. I like that idea, right? I'm like choking on my water. Mm, okay. Yeah, a deceptive poem. Much, much more, sort of going on than it immediately does. You're free to interpret all possible references, but what would interest me, uh, is is what kind of references you see still. Yeah, okay, yeah, for sure. And this is something I usually defer to in analysis, right? Is that if we see something peculiar, something that sticks out, right? Let's say a 5 line stanza, right? So we look at a poem and all the stanzas are 6 lines, right? This is what we see in the poem. 6 lines, 6 lines. Is that one 7? Breaks my narrative. Doesn't work anymore. Less justifiable, right? But that's why, 6 lines. So this one's 7. This one's 6. This one's 6. This one's 5. And this one is 6. So, doesn't quite work anymore, right? But if these were all 6, then the 5 would really like stick out to me as something different and something exciting. And I would say, like, why is this one missing a line? But we could even say, why is this one missing a line? Why does this one have an extra line? Right? Um, where like some people will write on an intentionality of this level, and I think it is um, appropriate to assume competence, right? To assume that things are being written intentionally, because, like, that's respectful to the poet. So we can say, this one is missing a line. Maybe there's the implication of an extra line in what does this mean to you as an answer that we don't get to hear, right? That's what I said earlier. And maybe this one is 7 because I was surprised and happy, and just saying those 2 lines isn't enough. So we have to tack on this extra little line of "and a nervous tomato," right? It's like we can't stop talking, and we're sort of stumbling along and saying more than we have to. Um, and even if that wasn't right, and this actually starts to make sense, right? The the nervous kind of excitable section uh, sort of runs over. It says more than it needs to. It's a little bit frantic. It goes, "You called me on Sunday, remember? And oh my gosh, I did not expect you, not even slightly. I was surprised and happy and a nervous tomato," right? We're tacking on a little extra because we're excited. And that helps characterize the first 2 stanzas as that. And very subtly, when we read these last 2 stanzas, we have less. And we end on a question that's more like open and slow. In a way, you were so very open with your vulnerabilities, and I do not know yet how close you will allow me in your life. What does this mean to you? What's on your mind right now? Can you describe to me what your favorite childhood memory feels like? What do you most strongly yearn for? We are sharing a metaphorical couch. Am I allowed to move a little closer? Right? So, like, this one has, like, less lines, but more content, right? Maybe it's more slow, it's more considered, it's more, you know, it's calmed down a bit. Uh, and and having less lines, having them be longer, full breaths, stops, moving on, full breath, stop, breathe, move on, right? This sort of gives us a very different pace than these lines up here that really tend to bleed into each other, and there's more of them, and they move faster and kind of say less, right? But in that, them saying less says something in of itself. So so like on that level, on a structural level, on a level of the sound of the words, the pacing, uh, you know, it helps characterize these 2 sections as something different, so that when we get to them, when we read them, there's all these reasons down to the very subtle length of the lines, which we might not even notice, or the length of the stanzas, to the less subtle, like bigger words, vulnerabilities, metaphorical, that signal to us in some ways that we've changed, that we can slow down, that we can be more serious here, and that this poem is sort of, you know, easing into itself. And then it's sort of like circular. I mean, this poem is circular in a beautiful way because the end of the poem, we have this, am I allowed to move a little closer? Which, you know, sort of calls back to the uncertainty of the first section, right? It crosses that gap in between and brings us back to the start. And am I, I'm uncertain again. We were deep and now I'm uncertain because like I'm thinking about you and this couch and where we are and all of that. And then the start of the poem, right? I was thinking about you today, has this very like statement like quality that is more reminiscent, that probably belongs better as a line down here, which creates a circularity of the end referencing the start and the start referencing the end. And that, the seriousness sort of bleeds into uncertainty and uncertainty becomes seriousness. And this is sort of the nature of this kind of affection. It's a green bird and then it's a forget-me-not and then it's a green bird and then it's a forget-me-not. And it has this oscillation, right? This back and forth, this motion. And it gives the poem a lot of energy. It gives the poem a lot of excitement and interest, a lot of fun, right? I think that's really cool. It's elegant, right? In the way it's written. Does a lot of very good things. I think that might be all my thoughts. I think. I really like this hashtag, this pound symbol, this Octothorpe as the title, the thing to indicate the title. I think that's unique, not that it like affects the interpretation of the poem at all. But like I was talking earlier, how I like to put my titles in quotes. Some people will do a bold title. Mine are usually actually bold and quoted. Some people will do titles in like italics. And it's always just an interesting thing to see the formatting that people use to signal those things. And I don't know, the hashtag's kind of fun. I think it's a good choice. The visuals can add to a poem itself. Yeah, and I mean, I had imagined this is just Elias's normal convention, but I think it's good. I like you using the like typewriter kind of font. I'm sympathetic to typewriters. I mean, I have one sitting back there on the shelf. Not a love poem, more platonic, right? It's on the edge, and I think to say it's a love poem is getting ahead of oneself. But the idea of a love poem, I think, has this way of spanning between like love poem is a really annoying like term because it's usually pretty pejorative in a lot of like for a lot of people. And like a love poem can span, I think, the fluttering affection that's mostly platonic and like the wondering if it could be more, all the way to like the most intense, heavy, romantic, yearning, tragic kind of love, right? And love poem is a really like uselessly large genre. More platonic, yeah. It's that like beginning of attraction. Right. I guess like the move a little closer, right, is the um one of those signals. Um and like the forget me nots, right? Those are a pretty love flower. For me, it's also more connected with the difficulty of connection and intimacy, especially as it gets very hard to go beneath the surface with people with all the modern connection methods. Yeah. Um, it's also a lot about memory of rejection, especially the last part and the I do not know yet part. I do not know yet. Where is that? I will find it. um, um, am I crazy? Is that like a thing? um, is that a line, or is that like just referring to the opening section? Am I crazy? Am I blind? Um, oh, I do not know yet. Okay, guys, I did it. In a way, you were so very open with your vulnerabilities, and I do not know yet how close you allow me in your life. Yeah, that's such a hard thing. And like everyone has this different threshold of what they'll share with another person. Um, Everyone has like this different capacity for intimacy. Um, and right, this goes for all the kinds of intimacy, like the friendship of like, can I talk to you about real shit? Can I like broach these subjects? Can we engage on a deeper level? Um, and that's a very difficult thing. And I think at many times one would just want to ask like very straightforward questions and like force that forward, but it doesn't really work like that. Um, I look at this and what I've just been doing, and this looks very nice, lol. Well, all different poems are trying to communicate different things, and they have to do so in different ways. To be aware of other people perhaps not wanting to be close in the same way after small talk is actually not that light given all the references I put in. Yeah, yeah, and that turn toward the heaviness, right? Um, yeah, I mean like this did you, right? I mean this hits one, and I mean that's like some of why this poem is fairly deceptive, right? It hits you with all this and really makes you think like, oh, this is just light and pleasant. But yeah, like, did you? Right? Um, like this questioning can be very eating and very uncomfortable, and this what does this mean to you? Um, that's interesting. That's really interesting to me, right? And I think um that illustrates something really important about poetry is like to me these questions, right? When I'm, with a friend, uh, and we're talking, and this progression, let's say, starts to happen where it shifts into these like um, more genuine conversations. Like usually it doesn't eat away at me personally, right? And this is where like the subjectivity of art really happens. Like to me, those questions, sure, they come up, but like to me, they're questions I'm never gonna know. Um, like I can directly ask them, and that's an option. Um, but also like, uh, so I usually just don't let them, tear me apart so much. But I could easily understand reality and could easily like empathize with the fact that um, for another, right, the did you, the I don't know yet, the what does this mean, the the question of how vulnerable is, right? That could be very um, heavy and very difficult to overcome and process. Um, right, and I think in that capacity, like the poem is an invitation to empathize, especially when I have an interpretation of words and you have a separate interpretation of words, your own words, right? And and um and it really clearly shows, right, that each of us can like view the same situation. Any number of people can view the exact same situation, the exact same text. And because of our own associations, our own past, our own thoughts, right, this can manifest as a very different like emotional thing. And I think that that is a reminder, right, that we ought be open to listen and to be considerate of other people and their experiences, um, because just because I'm in a situation and I'm fine with it, uh, doesn't mean another person might have that same okay association with the situation. And I think that even then comes back to this poem that's discussing um, the way two people see the same situation, right, from their own angle, and might see it very differently and might see it very um, in two like completely opposite ways. Um, so there is a heaviness to that, and there is a really deep like human truth under there about empathy and about consent and the interpretation of signals and intimacy in general of all kinds with another human. Um, yeah, so I think that little that explanation leads one to some very interesting thoughts, some very interesting interpretations. Um, yeah, exactly. That's why I didn't want to give context at first. Also, Green Birds is referring to the person's passed away favorite pet. Oh, and Forget Me Nots are the person's favorite flower, referring back to the part of getting to know the other person, remembering important stuff, but I do not know if this person also wants to remember the important stuff. I see. Yeah. Um, mm, I see. So the birds are gone. Forget Me Nots are their favorite flower, referring back to the part of getting to know the other person, remembering important stuff. I do not know if this person also. Yeah. Um, mm, yeah, and there's this question of like what memories do we share with other people? I mean, we have this line at the end, right? Can you describe to me what your favorite childhood memory feels like? And the things that we remember and the things we choose to remember and the things we uh, choose to share with other people are very important and very impactful. So, and that's cool because like I think reading this poem, like the poem itself almost acts in a way as a sort of trick. I say this in the best way, where you show this to people, and I think most people will interpret it in the way that all of us did immediately, right? Nikki saying, "Oh, it's adorable," and talking about the lightness and the excitement and the joy and um, all of that, right? The Bushka saying, liking it, starting with lightness, uh, and yeah, like So you have this, and you show this to basically anyone, and they'll be like, probably, like, to me textually it's very justified that this is a light poem with like a little bit of hesitancy and just like the question of how we get closer to people. But then within it you have this like deeper underlying meaning, very personal to you, um, that makes this poem deeper, more intimate than one might think. And there's almost a level for you of this like meta interpretation that only you can have, um, that you'll share this poem with people. And like in many cases, it may not carry the same heaviness. In the poem itself, we have someone, wondering if the conversation has heaviness, or if to other people it's just a very light thing. Um, if other people understand the same heaviness that you understand. So it's working on multiple levels there, right? Um, like the trope of being known as being loved in a very broad sense, including Platonic, broad sense, uh, including Platonic. And we were talking about that earlier, being loved and being known. The poem is like a trick, right? To see if the person really gets me, if you know what I mean. Not in playing games, but just in being interpreted accurately if given the same interpretation. Yeah. Yeah, that's fascinating. Uh yeah, it's acting on like many levels. Yeah. Heaviness within lightness. Yeah. No, it's super cool. I think, yeah, deceiving. Really powerfully deceiving. Um, I think that's very special. Yeah. um, yeah, it's very serendipitous considering my poem. Yeah, my poem that's like asking if someone, like, we basically like primed myself for this poem with my own, um, this like, what does it mean to be loved? Mine is slightly different, right? Um, but yeah, being loved, being known, what that means. These are big questions. uh, Important questions. Um, yeah. Any other thoughts? Any other questions? Any other comments? Any other glowing praise or seething hatred for Alicia Lors? I love that. Okay. The last part with the couch has a reference to Ross Gay's piece, Catalog of Unabashed Gratitude, which I'm not familiar with. Um, but I think that would go too deep, and someone cannot know unless I show them the reference. Well, that's the beauty of references, because references act as a sort of game, a trick, in the same way that we've kind of already described with this poem. Catalog of Unabashed Gratitude. I'm like looking this up. Um, a book that studies the wisdom of the garden and orchard. Those places are all death, sorrow, loss. Interesting. Um, hmm. Neat. National University of Israel. That's not a cool cover. Um, is this a poetry collection? This is a poetry collection. Okay. Um, Sustained meditation on that which goes away, loved ones, the seasons, the earth as we know it. So you have a reference to something within that. So yeah, like the reference, right, acts as a sort of game where the people who know and the people who are in on the reference, the people who play that game, uh, get some extra value out of the poem, and I think that's a really like lovely thing to provide for a reader, right? Um, is that little bit of satisfaction. Uh, we were talking earlier about, the idea of a poem that you invite the reader to provide the title of. And in that sense, the reader who decides to spend that energy to play that game gets a more valuable, a more intimate experience out of that work. And I think references act in a similar, participatory way, in the same way that participatory, that the one person who this poem is maybe directed at, if they participated with the poem with their context that the rest of us don't have, it would change the meaning of this poem. And like that's really like it limits the number of people who can have a deeper interpretation of your poem, but in that limiting, it also greatly rewards the people who choose to engage with it in that way. And that has value, right? Here, the excerpt I'm referring to. I am sorry. I am grateful. I just want us to be friends now, forever. Take this bowl of blackberries from the garden. The sun has made them warm. I picked them just for you. I promise I will try to stay on my side of the couch. Maybe I have to check out this this poetry collection. It looks like it won a bunch of awards and stuff. That looks really interesting. I mean, I have so many books of poetry, but I love a modern poet. Love someone who's teaches at IU. I have a friend who goes to IU. That's cool. Anyway, it greatens the intimacy with the reader if they know the reference. Yes, and intimacy maybe is only for those who take the time and have the shared knowledge to engage intimately. So, makes sense, right? Today's stream was a lot of fun. Thank you so much. Yeah, of course. I will. Yeah. Okay. Reorient. I think that's all for this poem. Is what I was gonna say. That's something I've been thinking about. Participation in poems. It's really fascinating. Thank you all for the lovely feedback and the loving words. And Elias, thank you so much for sharing the poem. Thank you so much for sharing the context, the extra vulnerability of this poem, to help us understand it, because I think that was extremely valuable for all of us. And yeah, thank you for having the kind of baffling courage to that all of you who have sent poetry have to share this with me. I really appreciate it, right? And here is Green Birds, Forget-Me-Nots, and the fact that you called. I was thinking about you today. Wait, pause. Take a breath. Even 2 if you want. But not 3. The worry might break free. This is a safe place to return to. A way to silently ask for reassurance. You called me on Sunday, remember? And oh my gosh, I did not expect you, not even slightly. I was surprised and happy and a nervous tomato. We talked hour after hour with no clear end in sight until both of us were halfway asleep. I wanted you near, and I kind of did not want our call to end. Did you? In a way. You were so very open with your vulnerabilities. And I do not know yet how close you will allow me in your life. What does this mean to you? What's on your mind right now? Can you describe to me what your favorite childhood memory feels like? What do you most strongly yearn for? We are sharing a metaphorical couch. Am I allowed to move a little closer? Green birds, forget-me-nots, and the fact that you called. By Alicia Lore, or Elias. Oh, by the way, tiny references still. Being open with vulnerable things can also be a way of hiding the real vulnerability. Ah, it can be. Yeah. Probably not in a way that a reader would jump to thinking that, but it certainly can be, right? And that, like, having that very specific in-group knowledge for this poem, like, that creates a lot of impact there, probably. Yeah, thank you for submitting so very much, Elias. I appreciate it deeply. And yeah, submit again if you want. Thank you, everyone, for your awesome thoughts on that. It was a good poem. And there's a break happening, so stand up, drink water. This will come back briefly afterward to yap, but for now, like, move one's body and decompress from poetry, because poetry is heavy and, you know, emotional. So we'll be back in 3 minutes, and I will hydrate. I'll hydrate plenty. You should too, during that time. Hello, and welcome back. I'm still me. I'm still here. I'm still Imogen. We're still talking about poetry, but probably not reading, analyzing another work. The it in a sense, all of the conversations we've had today are have my brain really running wild with all of the possibilities for participatory poetry. Uh, like, I'm sort of in my head as I'm talking, conceptualizing a whole book, of poems that invite the reader in different ways to participate with them and to like inject themselves into the work. Um, and like how one would do that tastefully and effectively where it truly does uh sort of elevate the artistic value of the poems. uh and then you could title the book in such a way that really suggests, alludes to the fact that the reader is supposed to involve themselves in the work. uh and I've always loved, just even on a lesser level, in terms of physical media, right? um like writing in books, right? And like taking this poem and analyzing it on the page, right? And just making it mine, right? Because this book is mine. But I think to go beyond that and have the literal text, the literal stuff within be participatory could be like really, really freaking cool. I have this friend, Margaret, who made this little zine, um, that is like poetry and art, um, but it includes like certain sections that are, let's see, where is it? Um, that are like questions and act almost as like journal type pages, which I think is cool. It's a little different than what I'm thinking of because I would want the poems themselves to be interactive. Um, but it's a guideline in that direction that I think is cool. That's actually a great idea. A title for the book would be the hardest thing to pick. Always is, right? Interacting slash involvement with the reader is a great idea for evoking their own deep emotion. It's theirs to keep, yeah. And like once you've interacted and engaged with the text, like, I mean, like even like this copy of my Bukowski poetry that's just half scribbled on in, you know, 8 colors of pen for a large amount of this, right? At some point, I didn't get all the way through it. Um, I love this book, right? I love it so much because I've spent so much time, scribbling on these pages and all of that. And I think the idea of creating a piece of art with the specific intent of someone doing that, um, could be really cool. The title could just be blank. Yeah, it could be. That could be how we engage in that sort of participation. That would be kind of fun. Yeah, the reader could pick their own book title. Welcome in, the Big Eagle. Big Eagle. Hello. We're sort of just yapping about poetry. I was reading, uh, some poetry earlier today on stream that was submitted by chat, but we're pretty much on the other side of that, where I'm not reading any more submissions today. But that's what I do here. People send me poetry, I read it, I talk about it. Also other things, sometimes stories, but not nearly as much, just because I'm a less confident reader of prose, or a less confident, you know, interpreter of those styles. So that is yeah, a thought, right? But welcome in, welcome in. Catalog of Unabashed Gratitude is also a song, by the way. If someone's interested, neat. Um, I'm more interested in the poetry book. It does look really cool. Um, but yeah, to the idea of like the participatory art, of course, there's the idea of like the title and including the title, like we talked about. But I recently, um, so you have like philosophy books, right? That are um, dialogues where you'll have like Socrates and he'll ask a question to his disciple, and then you'll keep reading and the disciple will give an answer and then Socrates will refute that answer, right? And something that I recently, I heard someone else talking about this, but I recently realized from them is that if you take the book of dialogue and you stop when the question is asked and actually sit and engage with that question, right? Then you have an answer and you've like engaged with it outside the book, which is super cool. The book has made you start thinking. But then if your answer is the same one as the student, then when Socrates refutes that student, Socrates is refuting your answer. Um, and that sounds like it would just be an incredible moment, right? Um, of consuming a piece of art, of consuming a piece of thought, because then you almost are engaging in the dialogue itself. And like if there was a way to do that with poetry, uh, to to have a poem that framed itself as a dialogue that encouraged the reader to participate, uh, it would be additionally interesting, right? If the poem itself or the book itself was full of these poems that didn't necessarily tell you how you're supposed to engage with them, right? And how you're supposed to participate. Um, and so part of the act of consuming the piece of art would be the sort of puzzle of like, how does the author want me to engage with this? You know, there's the puzzle of what is the question, and then you get to go and like provide your answer. That would be a hard thing to write, but I could see that being just like immensely fulfilling and interesting, right? Um, and it has this like meta narrative game, sort of superimposed on top of a poetry book. Uh, that'd be crazy, right? um, I think of like I have this incredible book, Borderland Apocrypha by Anthony Cody, which is a book that I have not spent nearly enough time within, admittedly. But there is. I'm looking for a specific page. I'll find it. I will. But okay, here it is. Sort of a very heavy poem. It's titled "How to Lynch a Mexican." This is a poem about living on the border, U.S. Mexico border, and like a man like sort of trying to understand his Mexican American heritage. But this is the poem over here, right? How to Lynch a Mexican, 1848 to present. Asterisk. When possible, the poem should be read simultaneously by 4 readers or in groups of 4, with each reader or group picking a different direction to read, right? And that means this poem, right, has a way to engage with it that is literally just impossible to do on one's own. And if you do go and you follow the author's instruction and you do this thing, you will probably have this incredible moment of value with 3 other people where you get to experience this piece of art together, right? So this is a participatory poem, right? Because it can't just be consumed passively. It actually has explicit instruction. Don't just read this, right? I mean, it says when possible, right? So you still can. But stuff like that, man, that's super cool to me. So it would be cool. It'd be cool to write stuff like that, you know. Borderland Apocrypha by Andy Cody. Yeah, super cool. Yeah. I would love to turn my Writing Prompt Wednesday series into a book, but I would likely hit copyright issues. Is that because like your poems are based on other people's prompts? I feel like your poems are yours, right? Now, like if you started to include other people's stuff and include their prompts within the book, you might have issues, right? I'm not sure. Copyright's a tricky thing. Cool thing with the dialogue form is it also introduces a new dynamic. You get to notice the difference between what the people are saying and the way they are behaving. Yeah. Alternate forms just have a way of adding so much, and I'm definitely curious about that as it pertains to poetry. I mean, we have like the visual poem and these kinds of things. Actually, I've been thinking about this a lot because like yesterday, I think it was yesterday in the Discord, in like the general channel, just the text chat channel, I posted a video, the one that says stories can't be told linearly. And that video is a non-linear narrative, and has like meta narratives and looping and branching paths within it. So it describes non-linear stories non-linearly. It's doing this like participatory art thing, which is one of the reasons I'm thinking about this stuff a lot. So if y'all are interested in the things I'm talking about right now, that video in the text chat in the Discord might be a place to look further into some similar ideas. There's a whole like puzzle embedded within the YouTube video to solve, which was really cool. Yeah, it's in there. Some of my prompts are quotes, some are artwork. Ah, I see. So you're like, the writing is in response to them. Quotes you'd probably be fine, right? Artwork is a little bit more difficult, right? What do you think of the book on writing by William Zinsser? I just finished it, but I don't feel like a writer yet. Well, I've never heard of the book on writing well. Oh, the book on writing well, by William Zinsser. So now, I don't know if if I write well, but if I do, right? If I do write well, that means on writing well is not a prerequisite to writing well. I'd imagine there are a whole lot of people who have written well without reading on writing well. But yeah, I'm being a little bit silly. But I haven't read it, so I don't have opinions on the book. But I will say that I am hesitant of anyone that will tell you how to create art well or how to create art in the right way. That's not to say that book doesn't necessarily have good advice. Because oftentimes we have titles that are like on writing well to get people to buy our book so they'll think that if they read it, they can write well. But maybe the advice is to like, you know, listen, like to read a lot and listen to your own preferences and uh, write intuitively and like, you know, these sort of things are probably helpful pieces of advice. Um, I refuse to believe that there is a, you know, set prescriptive method, right? That that can help any person become a good artist because every person is different, and no matter no matter how good the advice is, it's not going to apply to every single person. That's the reality of just being human. So I think On Writing Well, as a book that I've never read, probably has some things in it that can help a lot of people. I would guess that's the case because it's a very popular book, it looks like, from my little search. And uh, like when I looked it up, I recognized the cover. I've you know, I've heard of the book somewhere in the past, right? Um, so it's probably helped a lot of people. Does that mean it will help everyone? No, you know. It is strictly on nonfiction. I liked it, but I think I have to write now. Yeah, I mean, writing is probably, you know, creation is the best way to get better at creation. Uh, well, not always the best. One of the best. One of the most uh, common ways to improve is just to do it and to practice it. And you can read a million books on how to write well, but if you never write, you'll never know, right? So, so yeah, write some stuff, uh, and what a joy that will be now that you have the confidence of a stranger. Um, uh, but yeah, I don't. You know, I've written some uh, nonfiction. I think analysis is fairly nonfictional. I don't think I'm a great writer of nonfiction. Uh, and I've mostly just tried to do that intuitively, but I'm pretty new to it. Uh, so I don't have too much to say on that front. I write very little poetry since I find it to be one of the hardest forms of writing, which draws me toward it more and more as I grow older. Yeah, poetry's been intuitive to me since I started writing it. It has not always been intuitive. I only started writing 2.5 years ago, and two and a half, 2.5 and a little more, 2 and 7/12. Uh, that's crazy, actually. It's been no time at all. But uh, yeah, right. It's different for everyone. It's way harder for me to write nonfiction and smart sounding things uh, than it is for me to write poetry. It's way harder for me to write like prose, like novel type shit, uh, than it is for me to write poetry. So, you know, but then like, what does it mean to write poetry? Like, it can be easy for me to write poetry sometimes when I just intuitively throw something on the page. It can be very difficult for me to write poetry when I try to like really hone in and write something carefully and like break it down deeply. And I think I can write prose when I just do it intuitively. And then it's difficult for me to like lock in. But maybe my intuitive poetry is just better than my intuitive prose. So it's the thing that I've like gravitated toward in my time as a writer because it's the first one that came easily to me. Uh, I don't know. I like reading poetry probably more than I like reading prose these days. So there's that. That certainly influences what we want to write, right? Like what we like to read. Sometimes we like to read something, but we'd rather not write it. Uh, it's almost exclusively how my brain functions, unfortunately, referring to something. It's always hard to tell what people are responding to. Maybe poetry is the way your brain functions. Uh, in which case, yeah, that's its ups and downs. That is awesome. It's so interesting how creativity. Oh, writing words as poetry. Okay. Interesting how creativity in something like writing manifests in different ways in different people. I love that for you. Yeah, we have like philosophers, right? Reclusi, a philosophy individual. We have, you know, Big Eagle, who's more a nonfiction individual. Uh, Bushka, who writes poetry, but it's hard, and so you're attracted to the difficulty. You know, Nikki, a poet. A everything is poetry. Me trying to go somewhere in between, very much an analyst and a reader, more than I ever am a writer. Um, like everyone engages, you know, and then you have like the spoken poets and like singers even fall into this category of the way that language is used, and writing. You have, you know, the technical writers. You have the the blog type people and travel writers. You have, you know, children's writers. There's so many different ways to write, and that's, you know, it's important to know that we don't have to do all of them. Oh, screenwriting, right? Um, yeah. Wait, I am a professional screenplay writer. That's so cool. Oh, there's people who write plays, right? I would love to write a play. I haven't read that much plays. Uh, it'd be so cool. See, I want to write everything. That's like my vibe. I see something, I'm like, I want to do that. I want to do that too. You know, it can be a little bit. Uh, I can get a little ambitious sometimes, though. Anyway, I'm a professional screenplay writer, specifically movies and TV shows. But a new film I am writing involves a lot of poetry, and I'm trying to get a uh, real world feel for it rather. There's some, I hate to break it to you, but there's some poetry in there. Real world feel for, you know, get a real world feel for it. I think it's like a bar, actually. um, rather than jumping into history, which I will do in due course. Yeah, poets don't read poetic history, so if you want to understand poetry, I would say don't read any poetic history. um, I think it's sort of a joke amongst poets that poets hate reading. Um, and this isn't the case for everyone, and lots of poets are readers for sure. But I feel like like so often you hear poets saying, "Oh, I need to read more poetry," you know, and like never actually doing it. So the best way to get like the real world feel for poetry is probably to write it, right? And even like the analysis that I do, this stuff, like I would say the majority of poets are not thinking of the word in this way. Um, you know, no fault to them. Uh, it's not, you know, whatever, not for everyone, right? Um, I think, you know, Bushka plays. Um, I would encourage you. I feel like the best piece of advice I have for poetry, which is, you know, not universal necessarily, but I think it's worked for me, is that poetry very often is listening, and not listening just in like the literal listening, you know, sound sense, but like paying attention closely to things. And, you know, a poem like the one we read just a few minutes ago uh, listens very closely to the contradictions in the way two people are experiencing the world. right? Um, there are poems like haiku that listen very closely to the way that a frog is jumping into a pond, right? Um, there are, poems that look to the internal, to the emotions, and they listen very deeply and try to find the larger beauties or the contradictions or the things of value on the inside, right? And depending on where one, listens politically, listens to the social context of the world and writes in response to that. Um, and I've always found myself that the more I can slow down, the more I can listen to the going ons of the world, um, the better my poetry gets. Uh, so then, in short, poetry is to to listen to beauties that would otherwise not be heard. You know, that's a way we could put poetry, and maybe trying to do that, right, as opposed to trying to write. Because once you hear something beautiful that you're not sure anyone else has ever experienced, um, I think you'll want to write it down, you know? Um, that's dope. I've written some radio plays. See, I want to do that too. I want to write an audio drama, which I guess is the modern radio play because you like do it in podcast form. I would love to like write and record an audio drama. If, dude, if any of y'all need like a audio drama voice or co-writer, I'm so down. Those are so cool to me. Um, there was a period where I was listening to a bunch of those. The Silt Verses, Wolf 359, um, Gospels of the Flood is a really obscure one on Spotify, and other platforms. I just listened recently to one called, what was it called? It was about love. It was pretty cool. I totally forgot what it was called. Podcasts. The Shadows, which is about these like two puppeteers who fall in love. That one was pretty dope. Good meditation on love. Big audio drama person, a radio play person. So I do like that. Another problem, I want to write in English because I like it, but my native language is Arabic, and I have a way deeper connection to it, and I also suck at both. Oh, I'll stretch. Stretching is good. I'm wearing a skirt. This is like one of my favorite skirts. Big jean skirt, denim skirt. I'm stretching up here. Okay. Yeah, need a good stretch after 4 hours of being live, right? Ugh. Okay. um yes, Elias, you redeeming stretch and hydrate are great things. Okay, so Big Eagle. Yeah, writing in the native language, the preferred language, sucking at both, right? This is very hard. I mean, the easiest answer is like whichever one gets you writing is great, right? I think the act of translation and writing something in both can be really valuable. One, to understand both of those languages more deeply in the way they fundamentally communicate things in different ways. But also because it's going to like improve your writing in both languages at the same time. Like if you write something in English, a nonfiction piece, and then you translate it to Arabic, you've like improved your writing in both languages, and you are improving a very rare skill of translation. So that's like probably a really good thing to do. Not to mention that when you translate, you make your work more accessible. And I think that's a beautiful thing to do as an artist, is to have work that is more accessible to more readers, to more people. A thought. Yeah, true. I think an interesting thing you touched upon is active listening versus passive listening. Since I mainly write dialogue, it's been passive listening to real people talk. Now this would involve active listening to what you described. Yeah, that's a good distinction, like active and passive listening. And it's right. Passive listening is great in that way because you can get like the vibes, the overarching feelings and tones and these kinds of things. And I guess when you're probably trying to like write natural dialogue, if you listen to dialogue too much and force it, like you're probably going to end up with like forced dialogue. So I'd imagine, you need like vibes based, right? And it just needs to feel natural. I'm guessing. I don't know. This is me speculating. But yeah, poetry. I mean, I personally find, right, that a lot of good poetry comes out of that impulse of just noticing unexpected small things. And to notice those peculiarities, I think, is less common when you're listening broadly. I think you'll notice them sometimes. But poetry loves specifics, and poetry loves the small. Um, as William Blake said, um, uh, dude, I love his proverbs of hell are amazing. William Blake, he's a poet. To create a little flower is the labor of ages, right? Is a line from William Blake, which maybe is fitting in that context, right? To create something small, to create something delicate and beautiful, is an extremely special thing. Also, one thought fills immensity. Another Blake proverb. Cool, thanks. I'll write the same stuff in both languages and see what happens. Yeah. And you might find it to be like totally useless and like doesn't seem to help you. And if that's the case, then don't do it, right? But you might as well try. Because trying teaches us a lot. Yeah. One of the best poets. He's pretty good. That William Blake, that drug-addled farmer. Yeah. I think that's all for stream. My throat's starting to get a little scratchy. I guess I've been live for 4 hours, and I also was reading out loud to myself last night a good amount. So that's probably part of it. I might be getting sick. I kind of felt like I was getting sick yesterday. I'm not sure. But, dude, this was like full. It's almost empty. This is half a gallon. Plenty hydrated. I'll drink it again. Y'all gonna spam me with hydrate and make me finish finish the thing. This has been absolutely amazing. I'm glad, Bushka. I do this on Mondays and Wednesdays and Saturdays at this time. Saturdays are dedicated to reading well-known and famous poems. Mondays and Wednesdays are reading poetry from viewers. If you do write something and want to know how natural and poetic it feels, I would certainly love to read it on a future stream. I also stream on Thursday nights at evening time, which hasn't totally been ironed out yet, so it's just sometime in the evening within Pacific time. And uh, on those streams I do collage, and I do collage poetry. So it's like both like cutting up words from magazines and stuff, and also like taking images, and it's a very fun sort of process to do on stream. This is the one we did last time, which was pretty cool. That's what I do on those days. And yeah, you join the Discord, so you'll you know be able to see when all those things happen. Yeah. Yeah, so next stream is on Wednesday. And yeah, thanks everyone for coming in. Thank you, Elias, for sending beautiful poetry. Thank you, Ishmael, though I think you're long gone. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, anyone who lurks. Always a lovely thing to do. And thank you for those who provided excellent, amazing, thoughtful commentary on the things we read, and some lovely conversation at the end there. And in the meantime, thanks a lot for streaming. You are so very welcome. I love doing this. It's really my pleasure. My pleasure so much that I'll be doing it again in 2 days. And until then, I've been Imogen. Keep making art you love, and thank you so much for watching.